Good morning and welcome to the boardroom of the National Transportation Safety Board. It is my pleasure to serve as the chairman of the NTSB. I'd like to introduce you to my colleagues today, Vice Chairman Chris Hart, Member Robert Sumwalt, Member Mark Rosekind, and Member Earl Wayner. Today we meet in open session as required by the Government in the Sunshine Act. We are considering the July 7, 2010 collision of a tugboat-barge combination with an amphibious passenger vessel, or APV, on the Delaware River just outside of Philadelphia. On behalf of my fellow board members and the entire NTSB staff, I offer our deepest condolences to those who have lost loved ones in this accident. There were 2 young students who lost their lives, and there were a number of others who were injured and survived the accident. We recognize that your lives were forever changed on that day, and we know that nothing can replace the loss of those loved ones and those people that you knew, or repair the life-changing trauma that you experienced. It is especially sad that the 2 passengers who did not survive were exchange students from Hungary who came to the United States to visit. And we now have the opportunity, but also the obligation, to learn from what happened and to take every step to ensure that the lessons were well learned and that they are not repeated in the future. Over the past several weeks, the staff have provided the board members with a draft of the report. We have had the opportunity to review the report and meet with staff individually. But today is the first day that the 5 of us will meet to deliberate together. Today, our staff will make presentations on several important aspects of their investigation. The presentations will be followed by questions from the board members, and then we will vote on conclusions, probable cause, and recommendations. Because these are the board's actual deliberations on the report, it may be revised as a result of actions taken during today's meeting. Approximately 30 minutes after we conclude, an abstract of the report will be available on our website and from our public affairs staff. I'd like to recognize the groups that responded to the accident. In particular, the efforts of the ferry crew Freedom, the U.S. Navy's Special Boat Team 20, the Philadelphia Marine Police, and the United States Coast Guard Sector Delaware Bay. I'd also like to recognize Member Sumwalt, who so ably served as our spokesperson for the investigation while we were on scene. And I would like to commend the Office of Marine Safety for their efforts over the almost past 11 months to complete this investigation in less than a year. Your hard work is recognized, and we really appreciate the focus that you've paid to this accident and bringing us a very thorough report. Thank you. This accident involved a 250-foot-long sludge barge, the Resource, which was being towed alongside the Caribbean Sea, which was a tugboat operated by KC Transportation. The barge collided with DUK 34, or DUKW 34, a 33-foot amphibious passenger vehicle. Now let me explain DUKW, because I had questions about it myself. These vehicles are commonly referred to as DUCs, and this acronym comes from the manufacturer's nomenclature. The D indicates the first year of manufacture, the U means utility vehicle, the K refers to all-wheel drive, and the W indicates a rear tandem axle. These vehicles actually began production in World War II for military use, and more than 21,000 would eventually be manufactured. Today, there are about 115 Coast Guard certificated DUCs, and they operate primarily in passenger tours. This accident is yet another tragic example of the deadliness of distraction. The NTSB has investigated too many highway, railroad, aviation, and marine accidents and incidents and seen loss of life where distraction was a cause or a key factor in the accident. Even though KC had a company policy that prohibited the use of personal cell phones while on watch, the policy was not followed. The cell phone records of the mate that was operating the Caribbean Sea and with its tow, the Resource, show that for 2 hours and 10 minutes between 12:22 and that was just after the mate assumed the navigation watch, and 2:32 p.m., 5 minutes before the collision, the mate made 15 outgoing calls and received 6 incoming calls. And simultaneously, he was conducting internet searches on the company laptop computer while he was responsible for navigating the tugboat and barge. It was only after the accident that the mate told a KC transportation official that his attention had been consumed with a serious family emergency. Had he made the situation known, he likely would have been granted relief from the watch by the master aboard the vessel or even by the company. In addition to the mate of the Caribbean Sea, the deckhand of Duck 34 was also using his cell phone while on duty, sending and receiving several text messages while standing on the bow of the vessel after they had anchored in the channel. One of those text messages was sent about 1 minute before the collision. Even with company policies, widespread public education campaigns, and in some places, laws to minimize distractions like cell phone use, many people continue to think, it's just going to take a moment, I'll just make this call, or I'll send a brief message. How do we change that mindset? Not just the NTSB, but all of us. What's not acceptable is multitasking. Whether you're in a vehicle, in the air, or in the highway, calling, texting, or accessing the internet are distractions. Today's electronic age has made people accustomed to being connected 24/7. We must find a way to change the culture of distraction we see across transportation, because frankly, it's just going to get worse in the coming years. Today, we're going to hear about the facts and the evidence that was collected over the past 11 months to determine what happened on the Delaware River last July 7th. While it's difficult to make sense of this tragedy, it's never too late to learn from it and to implement common sense solutions to prevent it from happening again. Dr. Meyer, will you please introduce the staff?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Seated to my right is John DeLisi, the Acting Director of the Office of Marine Safety. Next to John is Tom Rothroffy, the Investigator in Charge. Rob Henry, Project Manager from the Office of Marine Safety. Larry Bowling, Operations. And at the end of the table, Liam LaRue, Survival Factors. Behind Liam at the second table is Mike Brown, Safety Recommendation Specialist. To Mike's left is Kevin Renzi, who is responsible for the visibility work on this investigation. Jim Labert from our Office of Highway Safety. Jim Ritter, who's the Deputy Director of the Office of Research and Engineering. And to Jim's left is Tom Zoller, the NTSB's Executive Officer. And finally, Bill Love, our Acting General Counsel. The first presentation this morning is from Tom Rothroffy, the Investigator in Charge.
Good morning, Chairman Hersman, Vice Chairman Hart, and members of the board. On Wednesday, July 7th, 2010, the empty sludge barge, the Resource, being towed by the tugboat Caribbean Sea, collided with the anchored amphibious passenger vehicle Duck 34 in the Delaware River near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Following the collision, Duck 34 sank in about 55 feet of water. 2 passengers were fatally injured, and 26 passengers and 1 crew member suffered minor injuries. No one on the Caribbean Sea was injured. The tugboat Caribbean Sea, shown in this photo, was an uninspected towing vessel built in 1961. The boat was 78.9 feet long and 24 feet wide and had a draft of 8 feet. The tugboat had a crew of 5 and was owned and operated by KC Transportation Partners, LP, of East Brunswick, New Jersey. At the time of the accident, the boat was contracted by the City of Philadelphia to transport sludge between 2 wastewater treatment plants. The Caribbean Sea was fitted with 2 operating stations, a lower wheelhouse and an upper wheelhouse, indicated by the red arrows. Shown here is a profile drawing of the sludge barge, the Resource, as well as a photo of the barge taken moments before the collision. The barge was uninspected and unmanned and was built in 1989. The barge was 250 feet long, 50 feet wide, and had an empty draft of about 3 feet 6 inches. In this load condition, the barge freeboard was nearly 20 feet at its bow, which was less than 1 foot above the height of eye of the tugboat operator in the lower wheelhouse. The barge had a liquid cargo capacity of 1 million gallons and was owned by the city of Philadelphia. This is a photo of the Duck 34 taken after the accident. The Duck 34 was an inspected amphibious passenger vehicle, or APV, built in 1945. The boat was 33 feet long, 8 feet wide, and had a draft of 5 feet. The boat was crewed by 2 persons, a Coast Guard licensed master and an uncertificated deckhand. The amphibious passenger vehicle was owned and operated by Ride the Ducks International, LLC, of Norcross, Georgia. At the time of the accident, the APV was carrying 35 passengers on a sightseeing tour on the Delaware River. This is a satellite view of the accident area, the Delaware River near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Camden, New Jersey. The corresponding nautical chart indicates the navigation channel boundaries. In the area of the accident, the channel was not marked by buoys. The red circle shows the location of the unloading facility on the Schuylkill River from which the tugboat began the accident voyage. The first portion of its planned voyage within the navigation channel is shown by the animated red line. The green circle at the top of the screen shows the location of Duck 34, where it entered the Delaware River, and the animated red line shows its planned voyage. The red star indicates the proximate location of the accident. About 13:15, the tugboat Caribbean Sea, towing the empty barge, the Resource, got underway from its unloading pier near the Biosolids Recycling Center. The tugboat was destined for the city's northeast water pollution control plant, a 2-hour trip. Later, about 13:30, the Duck 34 began its third sightseeing tour of the day. About 45 minutes later, about 14:15, the Duck 34 entered the Delaware River at a boat ramp. About this time, the Caribbean Sea was northbound in the river, about 3 miles to the south of the Duck 34. About 14:25, 10 minutes into the water portion of the trip, and after the APV had turned to the north to return to the boat ramp, the master saw and smelled what he believed to be smoke. The master shut down the engine and executed emergency procedures for a fire, and shortly afterward notified the manager on duty that he had a fire on board and would need a tow. About 14:29, as the boat drifted to the south with the current, the anchor was deployed. According to preliminary statements made by the Caribbean Sea mate, who was solely responsible for navigating the tugboat, he had been operating the tugboat from the upper wheelhouse and had seen the APV near the Benjamin Franklin Bridge and Penn's Landing, but later lost sight of it. Around this time, the mate was using his cell phone to make personal calls and had been using his cell phone to make and receive a number of personal calls throughout the voyage. About 14:36, with the barge 1/3 of a mile away, the Duck 34 master made call-outs to warn the approaching tug and barge that he was broken down and could not maneuver. No response was heard on the VHF radio from the operator of the approaching tugboat. And about 14:37, the bow of the barge struck the stern of the Duck 34. In order to graphically display the accident sequence, staff created a two-dimensional animation. The image shown now is a still frame from that animation. The lower portion of the animation displays the movements of the Caribbean Sea and the Duck 34 in the waterway. In this frame, the tugboat and barge are shown at the left side. The Duck 34 is shown at the right side, highlighted by a white circle. At the upper left side of the image is the video still photo or video corresponding to the animation in the lower portion of the image. Finally, the upper right side of the image is a description of the event or a transcript of the VHF audio communications heard. The full animation lasts about 4 minutes. So we'll go ahead and play the animation.
The following animation depicts the sequence of events leading to the collision of the barge, the Resource, towed by the tugboat Caribbean Sea, with the anchored amphibious passenger vehicle Duck 34 in the Delaware River near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. About 14:15, on its third trip of the day, the Duck 34 enters the Delaware River heading southbound as the Caribbean Sea tows the Resource northbound about 3 miles to the south. About halfway into its voyage, the Duck 34 reverses course and heads north. About 14:25, the master smells an odor and sees what he believes to be white smoke entering the passenger cabin. The master believes the Duck 34 has a fire on board, and he shuts down the engine and executes emergency procedures for a fire. As the Duck 34 drifts south with the river current, the master directs the deckhand to deploy the anchor. About 14:31, after deploying the anchor, the deckhand sends the first of 2 personal text messages while on the bow of the Duck 34. Meanwhile, the anchor drags along the river bottom for a distance of about 155 feet. At 14:32, the Caribbean Sea mate is on an outbound personnel cell phone call that lasts 5 to 6 minutes. The mate is operating the Caribbean Sea from the lower wheelhouse. From this position, his view of the Duck 34 is completely obscured by the bow of the barge, as shown by the shaded area depicting the blind zone. The anchor sets around 14:33, with the Duck 34 anchored near the center of the navigation channel, about 320 feet from Penn's Landing. The events leading up to the accident will be presented in real time based on recorded audio, video, and Caribbean Sea position data.
To the northbound tug in front of Penn's Landing, this is Duck 34. I am at anchor. I am unable to maneuver. I am broken down. Over. The northbound barge in front of Penn's Landing, please come back. The northbound Doug. Hey, ferry, whoa. Hey, northbound barge in Penn's Landing, that duck boat's broken down.
About 14:37, the bow of the barge contacts the stern of the Duck 34. Duck 34 subsequently rolls to starboard and moves across the bow of the barge and is pushed underwater at the port side of the barge's bow.
This photo shows the Duck 34 suspended by slings from a floating salvage crane after it was raised from 55 feet of water. The damage to the APV was mainly to the canopy and to the APV's port side. The repair cost was estimated at just over $130,000. The tugboat Caribbean Sea was not damaged as a result of the accident. The damage to the barge, the Resource, consisted of scrapes to the paint on the bow. Following the accident, the crews of several boats responded to assist the passengers and crew of the Duck 34 who were in the water. The on-water responders included the Ferry Freedom, the Philadelphia Marine Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the U.S. Navy. Additional details of the survival factors issues will be covered by Mr. LaRue in a separate presentation. The investigation determined that the following were not factors. A review of the certificates of the master and the deckhand of the Duck 34 and the master and mate of the Caribbean Sea indicated that they met all applicable state and federal requirements. In addition, a review of company and government-maintained medical records of these crew members revealed no medical conditions that could have affected their ability to perform their jobs safely on the day of the accident. Toxicological testing performed after the accidents were negative for illegal and prescription drugs and alcohol. The waterway in the area of the accident was generally straight, and there were no obstructions that could have prevented either vessel's crew members from seeing the other vessel in time to prevent the collision. The river depth was adequate for the tug and the barge to have maneuvered out of the channel to avoid contacting the Duck 34. The air temperature at the time was about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, but the winds were light at 8 knots. Visibility was good at 10 miles, and the current was ebbing at about 1.6 knots. Following the accident, investigators examined and tested the mechanical and electronic systems aboard the tugboat Caribbean Sea. No significant problems were found with the propulsion, steering, communications, or navigation equipment. In addition, no crew members reported any problems with these systems at the time of the accident. Additionally, the APV Duck 34 propulsion and steering systems were examined to the extent possible, and no mechanical failures, other than the missing engine cooling pressure system cap, were found that could have caused or contributed to the accident. The engine cooling system was extensively tested, and this will be discussed further in the engineering presentation. As noted, staff believes that these conditions were not factors in this accident. Staff identified the following issues in this investigation. Vehicle maintenance. As noted previously, the Duck 34 experienced a mechanical breakdown before the collision. Maintaining an effective lookout. The crews of both vessels did not perform an effective lookout in the minutes before the collision. The use of cell phones by crew members on duty. The crews of both vessels had used their cell phones for personal use in the minutes before the collision. And finally, the response to the emergency by Ride the Ducks international personnel. Assisting the board in its investigation were the parties. The parties to the investigation were the U.S. Coast Guard, KC Transportation Partners, LP, the owner and operator of the Caribbean Sea, and Ride the Ducks International, LLC, the owner and operator of the Duck 34. Staff would like to thank all parties for their participation in the Safety Board's investigation. We truly appreciate their cooperation and assistance. Member Somewhat was a board member at the accident scene. Staff contributing to the report development were those shown here. Staff has prepared presentations to introduce discussion of the safety issues. The next presentation will cover the engineering issues. Larry Bowling will present the operations issues in two parts. First, he will cover the performance of the crews and the safety systems issue. Following that, he will present the cell phone use issue. Liam LaRue will cover the survival factors issues. Chairman Hersman, with your permission, we'd like to proceed with our next presentation, the engineering factors, unless you have questions.
Please proceed.
This presentation will cover the engineering issues in the investigation. Following the salvage of Duck 34, investigators examined the APV. This photo is of the Duck 34 after it was raised from the river bottom. All relevant mechanical systems were examined to the extent possible, considering some damage had occurred during the collision and the APV had been submerged for 2 days. Because the master of the Duck 34 reported that a fire had occurred on the APV, investigators looked for indications of a fire. The electrical system and below decks equipment were examined for signs of fire, and none were found. Shown in this photo is the main electrical panel located at the starboard side of the operating station. Examination of the engine bay, the most likely location of an onboard fire, did not indicate any evidence of a fire. Shown in this view of the engine compartment are the engine, radiator, surge tank, expansion tank, and other components. The pressure cap for the cooling water system was found missing from the radiator surge cap. The red arrow indicates where the pressure cap would have normally been fitted to the surge tank. The missing pressure cap shown in the photo inset was found in the lower part of the engine compartment. Finding no sign of fire on the APV, investigators examined the engine cooling water system to determine if a component failure had led to the loss of coolant charge or flow, which could have resulted in a boil over of coolant at the surge tank fill opening. Shown here is a schematic diagram of the engine cooling water system of the Duck 34. Among the major system components shown in this drawing are the engine, radiator, surge tank, and keel cooler. No deficiency could be found with the engine water cooling system after examination. The engine cooling water system was subjected to a leak test under system pressure, and each of the cooling system's major components were examined and tested. Shown on this slide are the system components examined. As previously stated, the only anomaly found with the system was that the radiator surge tank pressure cap was not fitted. Operation of an engine with a missing pressure cap would have allowed the engine coolant to be lost through evaporation and to boil over at a lower temperature than normal. For example, disregarding the effect of antifreeze on the boiling point of the water, with the pressure cap properly fitted, release of steam would not occur until the system pressure reached its rated pressure of 13 psi, or about 245 degrees. According to the deckhand, who under the supervision of the master was operating the APV at the time of the engine casualty, the temperature of about 220 degrees was observed in the minutes before the accident. Before the engine boilover. During the investigation, a set of trials were conducted at Branson, Missouri, one of Ride the Duck's operating locations. This photo shows a cloud of white steam emitting from a partially open hood of an APV similar to the Duck 34. These tests conducted only on land were used in part to determine at what temperature steam would be produced at the radiator and to determine the appearance of the produced steam. In order to cause the cooling water temperature to increase, the airflow across the engine radiator was reduced by closure of a cooling damper. Visible steam was produced when the cooling water temperature reached about 220 degrees, soon after the damper was closed. This trial confirmed that steam would be produced from an open cooling system at a temperature similar to that observed by the crew of the Duck 34, and that the visible white steam would enter the passenger cabin. Staff considered how the radiator surge tank pressure cap came to be missing from where it should have been fitted. As will be covered separately by Mr. Bowling in our next presentation, the company had a functioning management system for safety, and the system included a preventive maintenance element. The APVs at Philadelphia were inspected by the captain before and after each operating day, and they were additionally inspected at the end of each operating day by company mechanics. The mechanics were responsible for inspection of the systems within the engine compartment, and the checklist they used to guide their inspection, including checking of fluid levels in the engine compartment. However, the mechanic who inspected the Duck 34 on the evening before the accident did not recall removing the pressure cap to check the fluid level in the engine cooling system. Staff believes that because of the nature of the pressure cap locking mechanism and lack of visible damage to the cap or the fill neck, it is unlikely that the cap came off after having been properly installed. Rather, it is more likely that the cap was either not installed or improperly installed. Because the company mechanics are responsible for performing a check of the fluid level in the cooling system at the end of each operating day, it is likely that at some time before the accident day, one of the mechanics did not properly install the pressure cap. In summary, staff found no evidence of an onboard fire and believes that because no defects could be found in the engine cooling system, the white steam observed by the master on the day of the accident was caused by a combination of conditions, including the missing surge tank pressure cap, the loud production of steam at the lower temperature, and a loss of coolant by evaporation at the open surge tank opening. In addition, other contributors to the observed condition were the relatively high ambient air conditions that reduced the cooling system performance, and operation of the APV with a nearly full passenger load against river current. Staff believes that the steps taken by Ride the Ducks after the accident to improve its APV maintenance program will reduce the likelihood of a reoccurrence of a similar low-level human error, and that no safety recommendation from the board is needed in this area. That concludes our presentation on the engineering issues. Staff is prepared to respond to your questions.
Thank you for that presentation, and I appreciate Member Rosekind holding off on his questions after the opening presentation. I'll yield my time to you when it comes. Member Sumwalt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And speaking of Member Rosekind, I'd like to acknowledge that Member Rosekind accompanied the GO team on this accident. He had been sworn in for 7 days, and this was his training accident. So thank you for going along and helping me to conduct the press conferences. So thank you. And Madam Chairman, you discussed distraction, and I do think that this distractions and just about everything we do now by technology, I think that this is a distraction it's becoming the new DUI. This is going to continue to be a real problem in everything that we do. Even walking, I see people walking across the street not paying attention to what they're doing because they're playing with a personal electronic device, and so it's going to reach epidemic proportions. We're going to have to make some social changes in society to change this behavior, just as we did drinking and driving and wearing seat belts and other things. but it takes a generation or two to change it. But change is needed. And thanks to your leadership, I've changed my behavior with respect to cell phone usage and driving, and you led the way in this agency when you took over as chairman to state that no NTSB employee shall conduct business or shall talk on a cell phone. So thank you for that. I have changed my behavior as a result of that. Mr. Rothroffy, I'd just like to make sure we're being clear here. You said that this Duck 34 was built in 1945, but yet I'm looking on page 36 of the report, and it says that although the appearance of the APV closely matched the original 1945 model, most engineering systems had been updated from their original design, including new systems and equipment that had been added. And then it goes on line 8 of that page to say Duck 34 was built in 2003. So can you explain the discrepancy here, please?
Yes, the official Coast Guard registered build date for the vehicle is 1945. However, as you noted, the original components consisted principally of the chassis. Everything else around it is new, and that was all put together in 2003. So I apologize if it's not clear, but the vehicle was essentially constructed from an old chassis with mostly all new components.
Thanks. I just remember while I was in Philadelphia on the accident having to try and explain that to the media, so I just want to make sure that we are being fully accurate in our description of that. Now, just to ask a very basic question here, why does staff consider this to be a collision and not an elision? A collision is the action of two moving vessels, two moving. Let me just go what the notation memo says here. A collision typically occurs when two vessels in motion strike each other. An elision occurs when a moving vessel strikes a stationary object. Now, we all watched the animation just now. Clearly, the Duck 34 was a stationary object, and it was literally run over by a barge being pushed by a tug. So why does staff call this a collision?
Member Sumwalt, we looked at this both domestically and internationally. Our attendance at MAIF, which is the Marine Accident Investigators International Forum, we asked that question. We researched nautical publications, and there was no definitive answer. The preponderance of information we collected and of recommendations from the international community was that Duck 34 was temporarily restrained and not permanently restrained, as you would envision an accident with a bridge collision. So we felt that collision was the more appropriate term to use in this investigation, in this accident.
But clearly nobody feels that this was a coming together of two moving vessels, correct?
As in the traditional sense of a collision, Stockholm, Andrea Doria, no. This is a collision, however, with a temporarily anchored vessel and a moving vessel.
Okay, thank you. What is the, in reading the news clips in the days, weeks, months preceding or succeeding this accident, I've seen a lot of discussion about the safety of the duck boats. What can you tell us about the safety record of these? I know we investigated a duck accident back in 1999, but overall, what is the safety record of ducks?
Between the period of the sinking of the Miss Majestic and this accident, we asked the Coast Guard to provide us their casualty data, and there were no collisions, no sinkings, no fatalities. So we felt that was a fairly representative look at the safety of amphibious passenger vehicles.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I yield my time, Madam Chairman.
Member Weiner.
Well, I could mirror Member Simwell's comments about distraction being the new influence, except driving under distraction, we probably want a different acronym for that. I have a question about the terms inspected versus uninspected. We described the larger vessel, the tugboat, as being an uninspected vessel, and the duck as being an inspected vessel. Could you just describe what the difference between that, or what those terms imply?
The tugboat Caribbean Sea was uninspected because there were no set of Coast Guard regulations that applied to it. In contrast, the APV Duck 34 fell under the regulations covered by the Coast Guard for small passenger vessels.
So the distinction really revolves around
Regulations.
passenger carrying.
No, the distinction revolves around whether or not the regulations exist and whether or not a certificate of inspection is issued by the Coast Guard.
And those regulations, though, do they not go back to the fact that it's passenger carrying versus not passenger carrying?
No, there are a number of different classes of vessels that are inspected. For example, cargo vessels have their own set of regulations. Tank vessels, these are all inspected types of vessels. The smaller towing vessels are not inspected, and there are no regulations that apply to them at this time. However, the Coast Guard is in the process of developing a new set of regulations that would apply to towing vessels of this size.
Okay. Let me move to the visibility study. The analysis showed that the duck was visible at about 5,400 feet. Is that correct? Fully visible at that point?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And by 3,500 feet, it was no longer visible at all. And you said the wheelhouse eye height was about 1 foot higher than the bow of the barge.
That's correct.
Were there any written policies about what, which of the wheelhouses, the lower wheelhouse versus the upper wheelhouse, should have been used in this case?
Actually, we're going to be getting into this issue in some detail in Mr. Bowling's presentation. I can briefly address it if you like, but there were no written policies. The governing rules of the road require that the operator of the vessel maintain proper lookout. Mm-hmm. And so it's likely that operating from the lower wheelhouse would not have met that requirement.
Okay, what are the visibility requirements, or the ability? What are the Coast Guard requirements in terms of what should be able to be seen from the wheelhouse?
Currently, there are no requirements for this type of vessel for visibility. There is no visibility standard. Okay,
you mentioned the equipment available in a wheelhouse included radar. What would have been the visibility of the radar in this case?
The radar had a selectable range setting, so he could go out to probably about 12 miles on his range scale, or he could scale down to 6, 3, or 1.5, or 3/4. So it's strictly a selection that the operator has on the radar.
Roughly what would have been occluded by the bow of the barge in terms of radar visibility?
The radar was mounted high on the mast. Was mounted on the top of the lower wheelhouse. So it extended up an additional 4 feet or so above, 5 feet probably above the height of eye of the operator in the lower wheelhouse. So its occlusion would have been significantly less than the operator's height of eye.
So the duck should have been visible on radar had it been used.
We didn't conduct a specific visibility study for the radar, but it's likely that it would have.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Member Rose-Kine.
First, can you just describe what's the difference between the upper and lower wheelhouse? I mean, why are there two? What are the equipment capabilities in both? When would you use one versus the other?
As constructed, the vessel had only a lower wheelhouse. Sometime after one of the subsequent owners of the vessel decided to install an upper wheelhouse to improve the visibility for the operation that they were using it in. So essentially the intent of the upper wheelhouse is to raise the height up high of the operator to improve visibility. In terms of equipment, they were similarly fitted. Both stations had radar, GPS, VHF radios, steering and throttle controls. Essentially, they were very similar in their capabilities.
And there are multiple stations around the boat where you could actually operate the vessel, but actually have control only from one station at a time. Is that correct? Can you just talk about the mechanism that's needed to? So, I mean, if you're in the upper wheelhouse, somebody in the lower wheelhouse, you're not fighting them. You know, basically, only one person can be operating at a time. Can you?
That's correct. There was the throttle control system. It was air-operated system that, in order to take control of the throttles at a station, you had to push a push button. You did not have to request it, or the other person in the other station did not have to transfer it. You could just go to whatever station you wished to control from and push an air-operated push button to assume control of the throttle. The steering controls were active in all locations at all times, so you could have inputs from any steering location.
And just to follow up on the question, can you be a little more explicit about the visibility here, what it was from the upper versus the lower wheelhouse?
I can answer generally as it's presented in the report. If you'd like some additional details of the visibility study, Kevin Renzi is available to, provide that additional information.
I think there was just, number of lengths basically that were available from the upper versus the lower would be very helpful to be explicit about here.
I think I can take that.
Well, I can say just that from the lower wheelhouse, it was about 5,400 feet ahead of the barge, his visibility. In contrast, the upper wheelhouse would have been 360 feet of visibility, and that's for partially obscured. For totally obscured, from the upper wheelhouse, it's 233 feet, and from the lower wheelhouse, it's 3,500 feet. In terms of barge lengths, if that's helpful or not, from the lower wheelhouse, it's about 21 barge lengths, and from the upper wheelhouse, it's about 1.5 barge length. So a significant difference.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Because
I think
we're reversed.
Yes.
Apologize. Upper wheelhouse is about 1.5 barge lengths, partially obscured visibility, and the lower wheelhouse is about 21.5 barge lengths, corresponding to 3,654. Correct.
Okay, so
that's the blind zone.
Okay, so let's be clear then, because that sounded opposite the way it came out. And I'm just going to play naive about this, because the assumption would be that from the upper wheelhouse, there's higher visibility. Right, so they're giving us the opposite, right?
Well, I think, you know what, Mr. Renzi, if you'd like to jump in here, you can, since I know you worked on the study, maybe some of the information that you can convey. I think we have a discrepancy issue about the less than a barge length issue as well. So can we try again?
Okay, so I guess from the big picture, if you talk about visibility from either wheelhouse, what was calculated was the obstructed zone, if you will, so the blind zone, what you could not see. And this refers to a zone looking forward over the barge bow. And so these distances would start at the barge bow going forward. So from the upper wheelhouse, if you look at the footprint, if you will, on the water, where you could not see a boat in front of the barge bow, that distance would be about 230 feet, or slightly less than one barge length. If you were in the lower wheelhouse, that distance would be about 3,500 feet, or approximately 14 barge lengths, where you could not see a boat in front of the barge bow. And from a rough estimate, it's a factor of about 14 or 15 difference in terms of distance between the upper and lower wheelhouse.
Yep, that's good. Thank you for the clarification.
Vice Chairman Hart.
Thank you. I have some questions about the daily inspection. Is that going to be covered in the operations report, or is that part of your report?
That would be part of mine, sir.
Okay. I'm just curious, how detailed is that daily inspection, in particular about the cap on the surge tank, and did the cap have a marker to show when it's lined for, closed, tight, or would you just have to manually tighten it? Or I'm just curious if you could give me some more information about that inspection.
The APV was inspected 3 times during its operating day. Once in the morning before the captain took it out, he would perform a pre-operating inspection. And then subsequently at the end of the day, the captain would again perform an inspection to see if anything had changed, if any other problems had come up. It's called a post-trip inspection. If he noted any problems during his inspection, he would note it on a particular form and pass it over to the mechanic. The mechanic would use a separate checklist to perform a more detailed inspection of the APV. Part of that inspection was to go into the engine bay, engine compartment, and do a general inspection of the systems, including fluid levels. The cooling system was fitted with an overfill tank, so that if the mechanic could check that particular, it's like a plastic tank on the side of the engine, he could look at that and see if there was a level in there. If there was no level in there, then he would then open up the pressure cap and look down into the surge tank to verify that there was actually a level in the system.
So that plastic bottle you're talking about is transparent, so you can see through it, see the liquid level through it?
That's correct, translucent basically, and it had 2 marks on it, a normal, I believe a hot level and a cold level.
So if that's got enough liquid in it not to need a refill, then the likelihood of anybody actually physically touching the cap is probably reduced?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so what do we know about when was the last time anybody would have touched the cap? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, we spoke with the mechanic, interviewed the mechanic who had done the post-trip inspection on the night before the accident, and he did not recall having to add any water, does not recall removing the pressure cap from the surge tank. But it's possible that his recollection was not clear. He had done a number of other APV inspections that night, so he may have, recalled something different than what actually happened.
Is there any mark on the cap that indicates when it's in the closed position, or would you have to actually physically manipulate it in order to determine that?
Yeah, it's very similar to the pressure cap on your automobile radiator system. You have to, basically, it's a feel. You have to turn it, and twist it, push it down, and it locks, and then you continue to turn it. It's kind of like a 2-step locking arrangement on the pressure cap.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go back to Member Rosekine so we can ask those questions from the first round.
I got the first round, but I can wait to come around for the... Okay, just a couple other quick things. One is following up on Vice Chairman Hart's comments. What other scenarios did you look at regarding the cap? Seems like we're down to it wasn't fitted properly or wasn't fitted at all. Any other scenarios were evaluated to make sure we're just down to those human aspects?
Well, we considered whether if it had somehow come off, if it had been properly fitted, but there was no damage to the pressure cap itself, and there was no damage to the fill neck to which it was fitted. So there was no evidence that, for example, a high pressure condition had somehow ejected the pressure cap.
Great. So you were able to rule all those other
That's correct.
possibilities out. Okay. And I'm just curious, the decision was made to anchor in the channel thinking there was a fire. And is there a standard sort of troubleshooting protocol that should have been followed basically in that situation?
The company had procedures for a onboard fire in the waterway. Essentially, the first thing he had to do was to shut the engine down and then to investigate to see if he could determine the source of the fire. If he could not determine the source, or if the fire was flames were visible, there was a step in the procedure to activate the CO2 system, an onboard manually activated CO2 system.
And he never got to that point?
That's correct.
And just last question is, there's a discussion about the role of the dampers and sort of in his procedures. Can you just make any comment about that and what role they might have played in this scenario?
Part of the emergency procedures call for the master to close both of the fire dampers. There's one on the port side, one on the starboard side. When we recovered the vessel, it was found that the port side was closed and the starboard side was not. In interviews after the accident, the master stated that he had completed that step and closed both sides. We had considered whether perhaps he had accidentally closed the damper and had restricted the airflow, the cooling airflow for the radiator. And that was part of our testing that we had done in Branson, Missouri. But subsequent information, we found that an onboard video had shown that the master had indeed reached down and intentionally closed the port side damper. So that was ruled out as a cause of the overheating condition that was observed.
Great. Thank you.
Member Somewhat.
Thank you. Well, Member Weiner said that the acronym driving under distraction, which would make it DUD, we might have to change that. But actually, that might be the first step of changing this thing. That if you're driving if you're driving and distracted, you're a dud. So maybe maybe we need to start that social movement. Mr. Jones, could you pull up the slide that I did not see a number on it, but it's a slide that shows the navigational chart of the navigational channel, one of the early slides. Thank you. And I guess this will maybe help. That's a good picture right there. Thank you. Just kind of follow me through here. The westernmost edge of the navigational channel in the area of the accident began about 125 feet out into the water, or to the east of the Penn's Landing bulkhead, right?
That's correct.
And the navigational channel at that point was 400 feet wide.
Correct.
So altogether, it's moving out into the water. The easternmost boundary of the navigational channel is about 525 feet from the Penn's Landing bulkhead.
Okay.
Okay. In 2002, when Ride the Duck started, actually in 2003, when Ride the Duck started in Philadelphia, the Coast Guard said that the vehicles were not supposed to operate more than 1,000 feet from shore, which would have meant that they could have gone 1,000 feet from the Penn's Landing bulkhead out to the east. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But a year later, the Coast Guard reduced that restriction and said, we want you to operate no more than 300 feet from the western shore. What that had the effect of doing is making sure that the ducks remained squarely in the middle of the navigational channel. Do you follow my math?
Yes, so far.
So did staff consider whether or not the Coast Guard's actions of moving this, keeping them from being out there to the east of the channel, the navigational channel, and they put them inside the channel always, did staff consider that Coast Guard action may have had an unintended consequence of ensuring that the ducks remained squarely in the middle of the navigational channel?
I believe the intention of the Coast Guard change of their route, permitted route, was to improve safety, to reduce the distance offshore in the event of a problem, some kind of a mechanical or flooding or other sort of problem on the duck, so that if they're only 300 feet from shore, they're much easier to reach shore if they had to.
I understand that, but do you acknowledge that there is an unintended consequence of this?
I don't believe so. I think as long as the operator of the ducks are aware that they are, it's an active waterway, that they need to be aware of the traffic in the river and to yield to other vessels that are larger and less maneuverable to them.
I don't see it that way. I see that the actions of the Coast Guard to move that, to make sure that they stayed right in the middle of the shipping channel, didn't help things at all. This duck would have been to the east of the shipping channel, the navigational channel, if they had not done that. Now, I realize that this was not that they had good intentions of doing that, but I think there were some unintended consequences here.
Let me ask Mr. Bowling to add anything he might have.
Good morning, sir. When that scope of reduction to the vessel COI was done in 2003, it's the same time they also added a deckhand. And through the documents that staff examined, that was done to enhance safety from a standpoint to add the additional lookout to the vessel and to get the vessel closer in, or the vehicle closer in, to some designated areas that they had proposed during the original proposal in 2002, where the vehicle, if it had an emergency, could actually get out of the water and get into the marina. If you look in one of my group factual, you'll see areas that the Ride the Ducks had proposed when they first came to Philly as, I would say, emergency landing areas, and they were all along the western bank.
That's fine, and I understand that, and I realize that they didn't intentionally do something, but if you wanted your child to play, would you rather your child play on the far sidewalk, or would you rather the child play out in the middle of the street? And what they did here effectively was to make sure that these ducks remained all the time in the middle of the navigational channel, and so we've got to always consider the downside. That's what I try to worry about, is that when we make a recommendation, is there a potential downside? And I think in this case, we're now seeing that the downside was that the ducks were always operating in the navigational channel. Thank you.
Perhaps I can follow up just with a question. When the ducks were permitted to operate within 1,000 feet, where did they operate?
Ma'am, from the records I examined, predominantly along the bulkhead. They just didn't operate on the bulkhead because they had to get off a little bit so you could actually see the tourist attraction parts of the city. The operation, in the middle and to the eastern side of the channel were not the norm. They normally kind of hug the bank, but stay off the bulkhead enough where the passengers can see over and see the attractions.
So when the effective limitation was reduced, they then operated further out?
No, ma'am. They would have stayed within 300 feet of the nearest point of land.
Okay, but when they could have operated within 1,000 feet, which is further out into the channel, you're saying they operated right along the bulkhead?
Predominantly.
But when they could operate only within 300 feet, they moved out into the channel?
Repeat your question, please. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to follow up on, remember, Sumwalt was asking questions about limitations, and it doesn't say they have to operate 1,000 feet out into the channel or they have to operate 300 feet out into the channel. It says up to. What I'm trying to find out is when they had the ability to operate 1,000 feet out into the channel to get into the river to get them potentially outside of the channel, where did they in fact operate? And what I'm hearing from you is they operated along the bulkhead, which is right close, not
Correct.
1,000 feet, 100 feet.
Yes, ma'am. And keep in mind it's a limited duration tour. It's 30 minutes. So transits out toward the center of the channel and back are going to take up time. The predominant drive at that point of the water tour is to get the passengers splashed and give them that excitement from the splash of the vehicle going into the water, and then begin your tour, which goes southerly along the river. And your point, predominantly the interest points were along Penn's Landing, so there's really no need to get out further out in the shipping channel to point out what's along the bulkhead and on the western side. So.
Okay, so explain to me, if they initially operated along the bulkhead, why didn't they stay along the bulkhead? Why did they end up out in the channel?
In the particular case of this accident, when they deployed the anchor, the Duck 34 did set toward the center of the channel.
Okay, I think what I'm trying to clarify, when they reduced the effective limitation of where they could operate, did it result in them changing the location that they operated in? When they went from 1,000 feet to 300 feet, per the Coast Guard, did they operate in the same location, or did they change the location that they operated in?
The location was the same. The route didn't change, the tour route didn't change. The location was the same.
So the place where they were operating, was it within the channel?
When the Coast Guard reduced the scope of the COI, all they did was basically reduce the available zone to operate. They just brought it down to the 300 feet from the 1,000. And we found no documentation that Ride the Ducks ever resisted that change. They were not happy with the additional deckhand added because it adds additional operating cost. So with the lack of any documents in there saying that they opposed the reduction in route, there was little that staff had to make any decisions that had impacted their operation, and it really didn't. Again, the vehicles are set up to do the tours, and so they want to stay close to the bulkhead so they can point out the sites. When I say close to the bulkhead, they're not 20 feet on it. They're off so you can see over top.
Okay, so did their effective route where they operated change from when they began operations until the accident?
Other than that reduction in distance from shore, no.
Okay, I'm not talking about did the Coast Guard limitations. I'm talking about the actual route that they were operating in.
From the standpoint of the water portion of the tour,
yes,
it remained the same. It just the distance from the bulkhead decreased to no more than 300 feet. They wouldn't get beyond 300
okay,
feet.
where did they actually operate? I understand they can't operate more than 300 feet outside the channel. When they were doing their trip, where did they operate? How many feet out?
Ma'am, it varied depending on what traffic was going on, currents, winds, and just captain preference.
Did they ever get close to 300 feet?
The vessels were not outfitted with AIS or any other tracking data, and again, the routes are going to vary by the preference of the duck operator. But they would not have exceeded that 300 feet because they would have been in violation of the Coast Guard Certificate of Inspection.
So before they had the 300-foot limitation, do you think they operated 700 feet?
There were no indications in any of the historical files, and the Coast Guard had a fairly good historical file on the ducks in Philadelphia. We found nothing to indicate that anyone had been charged by one of the investigating officers for operating outside that scope, and there was no other documentation that they had. So I really don't know another answer for you.
I think we're talking past each other here. We'll move on. Member Sumwalt, do you have more questions?
No, I don't. I'm out of time, but I'd like to offer a follow-up to a follow-up. That is that when I spoke to Ride the Ducks and pointed this out, they didn't bring it up. I brought it up in a meeting with Ride the Ducks, and they said actually if they were operating further east and moving up north and south up and down the river further east, it would actually give a better tour because of a better view of the skyline of Philadelphia. If you're right up to something, you can't see it, but if they were further to the east, that would give a better tour. So I'm not sure that this action did not have an effect on keeping them tethered in toward the western bulkhead. Thank you.
Member Weiner.
The pictures of the tow tied to the tug showed the barge being on the hip of the tug. Could you just comment on why it would be on the hip rather than in trail, which would have, of course, provided unlimited visibility?
The towing arrangement used on the day of the accident was pretty much standard in that waterway, in that area by towing vessels. And one of the reasons we understand is it improves the maneuverability of the tow. By having the vessel on the side, he's able to better maneuver the tug and the barge. In terms of the effect on visibility, I don't think it would be any different. You would still have to look over the forward part of the bow if you were, say, astern of it. Are you suggesting if the bow was positioned forward of the barge?
No, I was just wondering if the barge had been in trail, then there would have been no obstruction by the barge.
Right. I'm not sure that's really a viable way to tow in that restricted waterway. But I'm not sure. I'm not a towing person.
From the interviews of the captain of the Duck and other captains with Casey, that Tom's right on his response. That waterway, the barge is kept on the hip of the tug for control, and the captain, the master that was in charge of the Caribbean Sea in this particular incident, had indicated he'd actually positioned the barge further back to the area he thought that gave him better control. So none of the captains we interviewed indicated that they would get better control by putting the barge to the stern of the Caribbean Sea.
So it's a matter of control versus visibility.
That's correct.
Okay. I spent a long time in Seattle, and for the most part, in Puget Sound, the barges are almost always in tow, or in trail rather than on the hip. So I understand the visibility, the maneuverability issue. How long a distance was the barge run?
It was about a 2-hour run at about 6 knots. So was that 17 miles?
Yeah, I think it's about 11.4 nautical miles total.
Okay, thank you.
Member Rosekind. Vice Chairman Hart. Any other questions? Member Sumwalt.
Thank you. So I'm still wondering why the duck overheated on this particular voyage. This was the third trip of the day for that duck. If the cap had been improperly replaced, say the night before, why is it that it went 2 previous trips before and not overheat until this one?
Very good question. We believe that with the cap either off or not properly fitted, as the engine coolant temperature increased, it would vaporize or evaporate progressively over a period of hours, so that in the morning, if he would start with a full level in his radiator, towards the end of the day, it would be progressively decreasing to the point where there would be inadequate coolant level in the system to cool the engine, and that's at the point when the overheating or the boilover would have occurred.
Great explanation, and thank you for that. Is that in the report? I saw that there were some strikeouts when we were trying to explain some things in the report. So is that actually still in the report, that explanation?
Yes, it is. We had tried to simplify the report a little bit regarding the tests that were conducted, but I believe the explanation of the way we believe the boilover occurred is still there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back at 11 and move on with the next presentations. Welcome back, and we will proceed with our next presentation. I believe it's Mr. Bowling.
That's correct. Good morning. This portion of my presentation will cover the safety culture in place at KC Transportation and Ride the Ducks, including performance of the crew members and certain shoreside personnel. Staff evaluated the performance of the crew members on board the Caribbean Sea to standards found in Coast Guard regulations and to expectations outlined in KC Transportation safety management programs. Staff determined that the performance failures identified were isolated only to the mate and directly related to the distraction caused by his use of the personal cell phone and the company-issued laptop. Shortly after taking responsibility for the watch and before the vessel had departed the city's recycling center on the Schuylkill River with the empty barge, the mate had already begun to communicate with his immediate family members using his cell phone. During that period, he did not inform the master or other company personnel about his family emergency which had arisen, nor did he ask for relief from his navigation watch to attend the urgent family matter. Several photographs taken of the Caribbean Sea just before the collision show the vessel's upper wheelhouse is unoccupied. Staff determined that sometime during the transit, the mate relocated from the upper wheelhouse to the lower wheelhouse. From the lower wheelhouse, the mate's visibility was greatly reduced, both forward and to starboard of the barge, the Resource. While navigating from the lower wheelhouse, he failed to perform the fundamental functions required to maintain an effective lookout. Those functions included visually scanning the Delaware River for potential risk, listening to the VHF marine radio for relevant safety broadcast, and monitoring the vessel's radar for contacts. Staff also evaluated the performance of crew on board Duck 34 to standards found in the Coast Guard regulations and to expectations outlined in Ride the Duck Safety Management Program. Staff determined that the master's initial response to the on-water emergency was satisfactory. Believing that he had a fire on board, the master immediately performed as he was trained and initiated elements of the company's fire and loss of propulsion emergency procedures. Those actions included securing the ignition, the battery switch, the fuel supply, and ventilation to the engine compartment. The master also reported the situation to the manager on duty, which prompted the dispatch of an assistance tow and directed the deckhand to deploy the anchor to prevent the APV from drifting uncontrolled in the river's current. After those immediate safety concerns on board were addressed, the master had sufficient time to evaluate the potential consequences of being anchored in the navigational channel and to perform additional actions which would have further mitigated the risk still present. During that time period, staff identified several areas where the master failed to perform satisfactorily. Specifically, the master did not notify the Coast Guard of the situation, did not broadcast a timely security call over VHF marine radio, and did not direct the passengers to don life jackets while awaiting the tow. He also failed to monitor other vessel traffic in the area and did not adequately utilize the deckhand for that function or for any other safety-related activities after the deckhand deployed the anchor. Besides these noted shortcomings, staff identified additional concerns regarding the master's performance of the required Coast Guard safety briefing, and those concerns will be addressed later in the survival factors presentation. In the case of Ride the Ducks, staff found that performance shortcomings were not just isolated to the master. Other actions by personnel in safety-critical positions were inconsistent with Coast Guard regulations or the company's own safety and emergency procedures, or both. The deckhand, while located up on the bow of Duck 34 in the minutes before the collision, did not effectively perform the function of a lookout as he was trained and was distracted from his safety-related responsibilities because he was text messaging. The manager on duty, once notified by the master of the emergency situation, did not directly notify the local Coast Guard office of the situation or follow up with the master to ensure he had made proper notification as required. And earlier in the chain of events which led up to the accident, staff found that the company maintenance team did not perform the APV inspection procedures as required. The NTSB has long advocated safety management systems as a means to enhance safety across all transportation modes. In 2011, the board added a recommendation to the most wanted list for the Coast Guard to require all domestic vessel operators to develop, implement, and maintain safety management system. Although the operating companies for both the Caribbean Sea and Duck 34 had established safety management programs in place, existing laws and regulations did not require this of either company. The regulations expected to establish a requirement for safety management systems suitable for the domestic towing industry are known as Subchapter M and are presently in the rulemaking process. The enabling regulations that would require a safety management system on certain domestic passenger vessels, which may include small passenger vessels such as DUK 34, are pending development by the Coast Guard. At the time of the accident, KC Transportation did have a safety management system in place on board the Caribbean Sea, which outlined expectations for regulatory compliance, safety, crew performance, and vessel operations. That system met the requirements of the International Safety Management Code, and the company successfully completed a required annual verification audit performed by personnel from the American Bureau of Shipping in October of 2009. The company also had the American Waterways Operators Responsible Carrier Program in place on the vessel. The Responsible Carrier Program is tailored specifically to the towing industry and emphasizes management policies, vessel equipment, and human factors. The company successfully completed an audit of that system by an AWO-trained auditor in March of 2010. Ride the Ducks also used a systematic approach to outline company expectations for regulatory compliance, crew performance, and safe operations. Their system consisted of a series of written procedure manuals which address safety, maintenance, operations, and emergency situations. The company performed annual and periodic refresher training for all personnel serving in safety-sensitive positions, such as that of the master, the deckhand, and the mechanical team members. Senior management performed quarterly reviews of safety data collected from all Ride the Ducks locations, including internal and external audits, and used that information to improve upon existing policy and procedure. In addition, the company had a designated safety specialist who performed site visits to each location, an internal website for information management, and a hotline which provided local operators with direct access to senior management. Staff determined that safety, operational, and emergency procedures were not implemented by crew members on board DUK 34, the manager on duty, or the maintenance team. Staff has proposed a recommendation to address the safety issues. And Madam Chairman, this completes my first presentation, and with your permission, I'd like to proceed with my second presentation.
Please proceed, Mr. Foley.
This presentation will cover the use of personal cell phones and wireless devices by crew serving on board the Caribbean Sea and DUK 34. At the time of the accident, Ride the Ducks had a policy in place at both the corporate level and locally in the Philadelphia office that addressed the use of personal cell phones and wireless devices. At the corporate level, the policy allowed captains and drivers of the amphibious passenger vehicles to carry cell phones as long as they were kept on silent and never used in front of the guest, except in the case of an emergency. Locally, the Philadelphia office had issued a standard operations policy that prohibited the use or display of these devices on any APV with passengers on board. If it was necessary to use the device, employees were required to obtain a manager or supervisor's permission and then remove themselves from the view of the guest. On the accident voyage, the deckhand boarded DUK 34 at the Ride the Ducks ramp on the Delaware River at 14:15. Around 14:29, the deckhand was directed to proceed to the bow and deploy the anchor after the master had noticed what he believed to be smoke coming from the engine compartment. At 14:31, while standing on the bow and facing southward, the deckhand used his cell phone to send an outbound text message to another wireless device. This activity was captured on the video shown earlier and is evident in the still image shown here. At 14:35, the deckhand received 2 inbound text messages from the same cell phone he had texted at 14:31. Although staff could not determine if the deckhand read those messages, at 14:36, he sent a second outbound text message to that same wireless device. At 14:37, just prior to the collision, the deckhand jumped into the river. In his statement to the NTSB investigators, the deckhand indicated he was aware of the company policy regarding the use of cell phones, but thought it was okay in this instance since the guest on board could not see him on the bow of the APV. Staff concluded the deckhand's use of the cell phone while on the bow distracted him from effectively maintaining a lookout. On board the Caribbean Sea, KC Transportation also had policy in place that addressed the use of personal cell phones or wireless devices by crew members. The company policy prohibited carrying and using such devices, including laptops, by all crew members while on watch. The company did allow the use of these devices when crew members were off watch and located in certain areas such as the accommodation space or other locations where there was no risk of explosive vapors. Since the time the mate began working for KC Transportation in December of 2000, the company issued 3 separate memorandums to the fleet stating this policy and issued 1 revision to the safety management system procedure designed to prevent distraction on duty. In November of 2007, the mate had attended a company training seminar that specifically covered the company's July 2006 memorandum prohibiting these devices. Staff concluded the mate was aware of the company's prohibition on use of the personal cellular phones on watch and should have been aware of the policy regarding appropriate use of the company laptop. On the date of the accident, the mate assumed responsibility for the watch at 1200. From 1200 to 1314, when the vessel was still moored at the city's recycling center on the Schuylkill River, the mate began to engage in voice communications with family members using his personal cell phone. During that period, he made 2 outbound calls and received 1 inbound call. Because the service provider for the mate's cellular telephone rounded the call initiation and call duration times up to the next minute, staff could not determine the exact level of usage, but those calls accounted for a level of activity ranging between 9 and 12 minutes. Around 13:15, the mate got the Caribbean Sea and the resource underway and began the transit to the wastewater treatment facility located northeast of Philadelphia on the Delaware River. From 13:16 to 14:24, the mate made 11 outbound calls and received 5 inbound calls. Those 16 calls accounted for a level of activity ranging from 23 to 41 minutes. From 14:25, which is the approximate time Duck 34 experienced the overheating event, to 14:37, the time of the collision, the mate made 2 outbound calls accounting for 10 to 12 minutes of activity. Staff could not determine with certainty that the mate was on his cell phone at the time of the collision, but that scenario is certainly possible. It is likely, however, that he was using his cell phone during the time of the VHF radio callouts from Duck 34. In total, after taking watch at 1200, the mate made 15 outbound calls and received 6 inbound calls, which accounted for 42 to 65 minutes of activity. In May of this year, the FBI's Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Philadelphia examined the company laptop that had been assigned to the Caribbean Sea. That examination discovered the laptop had been used on the day of the accident to perform internet searches for medical information and then to access specific web pages generated by the search results. Since the laptop's internal clock was 7 minutes fast when it was examined, technicians could not determine the precise time this internet use began, but it was determined the activity took place somewhere between 1400 and 1420. In the photograph taken of the lower wheelhouse control station after the collision, the laptop, circled here in red, can be seen resting partially on top of a ream of copy paper and the vessel's steering control lever. Staff concluded the mate failed to maintain an appropriate lookout while navigating because he was distracted by the use of his personal cell phone and the company laptop. In December of 2009, the Office of Marine Safety began 2 separate casualty investigations in which the potential for distraction caused by the use of a personal cell phone or a wireless device was identified. The first incident occurred in Charleston, South Carolina on December 5th and involved a collision between a Coast Guard 25-foot response boat and a small passenger vessel named Thriller 9. The second incident occurred approximately 2 weeks later in San Diego, California on December 20th and involved a collision between a Coast Guard 33-foot response boat and a state-registered recreational boat. As a result of the preliminary investigation into both of those accidents, the NTSB issued safety recommendations M10-2 and M10-3 to the Coast Guard. Safety recommendation M10-2 recommended the development and implementation of national and local policies to address the use of cell phones and other wireless devices aboard Coast Guard vessels. On July 16, 2010, the Coast Guard issued a policy that prohibited all response boat operators from using these devices. That policy also required other crew members on board to obtain the boat operator's permission before using any such device. That safety recommendation remains open, acceptable response, pending publication of the policy in the next revision of the Coast Guard's Boat Operations and Training Manual. Safety recommendation M10-3 recommended issuing a safety advisory to the maritime industry to promote awareness of risk of using cell phones and other wireless devices while operating vessels and to encourage the voluntary development of operational policies to address this risk. On October 29, 2010, the Coast Guard issued Safety Advisory 01-10, Distracted Operations, Don't Let It Be You, which warned mariners of the potential risk of distraction caused by these devices and strongly encouraged all vessel owners and operators to develop a policy to address the use of these devices. That safety recommendation was closed, acceptable action on December 14th of 2010. Staff has determined that in order to prevent future accidents and save lives, there is a need for more Coast Guard focus on and oversight of mariners' use of cell phones and wireless devices. Staff has proposed 4 recommendations to the Coast Guard to address distracted operations caused by the use of cell phones or wireless devices. Staff is prepared to answer any questions at this time.
Member Sumwalt.
Thank you. The issue of safety culture is something that is always very important and very interesting to me. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, I spoke on safety culture at the American Waterways operators at one of their safety committee meetings, and it's something that we've talked about for a long time. Over the last 5 years that I've been on the board, whenever we see cases of non-compliance, we oftentimes go back and look at the safety culture of the organization, because I believe that when you see individuals not following procedures, then that oftentimes means that there are cultural issues within that organization. But yet I'm really confounded. In this particular case, I look at both organizations, and they appear to be running a good organization, good operations. Both KC and Ride the Ducks appear to have been exceeding the basic regulatory minimums and appear to be using industry best practices in many cases. When I look at KC, as you pointed out, Mr. Bowling, they were an AWO responsible carrier program, responsible carrier operator. They had a robust safety and quality management system. They utilized third-party audits, all good things that we like to see. Ride the Ducks, they conducted internal and external audits. They had components of an SMS, including doing risk management. And both organizations appear to have that all-important top-level management commitment. And yet, at the end of the day, in this case, when the chips were down, in both organizations, we find that frontline employees were not following procedures. And as we like to say here on the board, people were not doing the right things even when no one was watching. I really am troubled by this. I truly am, because I've long believed that if you have the right elements in place, that will lead you to the holy grail of a safety culture. And yet, in this case, those elements seem to have been in place, but we did see, as you pointed out, Mr. Bowling, in both cases, not just with individuals, but in Ride the Ducks, we saw it with 3 different people. The captain, the master of the duck, the deckhand, the people working shoreside on the dispatch, and then we certainly saw it on the Caribbean Sea. So, and this might be an interesting discussion for my colleagues if you want to jump in there at some point during the discussions, but I'll direct it towards staff. Why is it that if in a well-run organization where you have that top-level management commitment to safety, where there are internal and external audits, where they have invested in training that they don't even have to do, but they've done it above and beyond, why is it that when, at the end of the day, when the chips are down, people don't follow procedures? That really bothers me, because that's what I've been preaching for years, and that's what this agency says, is if you have a good safety culture, that will help you to do things safely. And yet people aren't following procedures here. Procedures that, if would have been followed, would have prevented this catastrophe. Who wants to take a stab at that one? Dr. Meyer?
I think you have to look at the failure to follow procedures in each case And we did that. Larry Bowling did a very in-depth look at the safety management systems and culture of each company. And in the case of Ride the Ducks, although they weren't required to have a safety management system in place, when he evaluated what they did have in place, it had many of the attributes of a functioning safety management system that we would like to see, that in our most wanted we have asked for, and that Congress has directed the Coast Guard to require of domestic operators. We felt in the case of Ride the Ducks and the individuals on the day of the accident that did not follow the procedures, that their first interest was in a safe operation, an enjoyable operation, a unique operation, but that they didn't follow the procedures, and we felt that even though the company had the procedures on the book that they were supposed to do, training in place, that Ride the Ducks would benefit by having a system in place that would ensure that in a real emergency, when they're trained to respond in a certain way and follow protocols, that they need to do this. And Ride the Ducks needs to put a system in place or improve the system they have that looks for that in the people that they hire. Now with KC, the company is required to meet the IMO standard for safety management, and in addition, because they're a member of AWO, they're involved in the responsible carrier operation. So when Mr. Bowling went through his evaluation of their system, we felt that they had all the pieces in line to, with proper procedures, proper training, follow-up, that we did not find fault, nor did independent outside auditors, that they were complying with the intent of the code and AWO's responsible carrier program. In the case of the mate on the Caribbean Sea, it wasn't a matter of him not following procedures because he was ignorant of them. I think we've demonstrated that he was trained, he knew what he was supposed to do. He's a Coast Guard licensed officer. He's got the skills, the background, the education. He should have known his primary responsibility on that day was to the safe navigation of the vessel. And yet, after the series of phone calls started, he set those responsibilities aside, and his primary focus was on the life-threatening crisis that he had to deal with from home. And that preoccupied him, and you can have the best safety management system in line. If he's not going to follow it, he's not going to speak up. He had an opportunity before they left the dock to wake up the captain and say, I've got a real situation. I can't deal with the watch right now. Until I resolve this, I'm putting the vessel at risk. He did not do this. Staff felt that in this situation, he could not have, the company could not have really anticipated this. His crewmates did not anticipate this. And for that reason, we felt that, that while their system, KC's system was functioning and we didn't have a problem with it, the mate really was not effective on that day.
Thank you very much.
Member Somewhat. I'm sorry, Member Weiner.
Just to follow on this line, when did the mate on the Caribbean Sea first become aware that there was developing an emergency?
Sir, because the mate invoked his right to the Fifth Amendment, staff did not get to interview him. But from all the information we had, a lot of the activity started around 12/22 with the three individuals he was communicating with throughout the watch. And so we would suspect that sometime in there it occurred. Again, we didn't get to talk to him directly, but we had medical records from the family member that was had the experience, and then looking at that with his phone records, we think he started getting notified, or did get notified around 12:22, somewhere in there.
Okay, so that was just less than an hour before he actually departed the dock.
That's correct. He was moored at the southern facility, which was the recycling center.
So he had ample opportunity to declare himself not fit for duty.
That's correct, sir. He had approximately an hour and 15 minutes, and the master stateroom was just, off the lower wheelhouse, and the master had been off shift, but 10, 15, 22 minutes when the first call came, or first call out went outbound from the mate. So there was ample opportunity for him to get with the master or other personnel with KC and make them aware of the situation.
And what was KC's policy with regard to an emergency like this?
The company policy was, if you have a family emergency or any situation where you can't focus on your responsibilities and duties that you're assigned on watch, you'd be immediately removed without a necessary watch relief. So in other words, you wouldn't have to wait for your relief to get there. You would just be removed. The company provided us with about 15 examples of other mariners who had taken management and their chain of command up on that and had been removed from watch under emergency situations.
Now, was that a written policy?
Sir, it was not written. It was conveyed through the operations officer, through the human resource officer, as the new employees would come in and do their indoctrination, and then followed up as events happened in the field.
Well, having been in less than a year ago run through the HR process as I joined the board, to get that kind of information during an intake like that, you get just a blizzard of information, so it's almost impossible to remember something that's not written down in terms of a policy. Part of safety management system, successful system, is to have development of a safety culture, and part of that safety culture involves having written processes to follow. So in this case, they did not have a written process to follow. Should they have had a written process?
Sir, I don't think so, and I say that because the procedures are only as good as the people that read them. And if mariners they raise their hand and take an oath to do what's right when they get their Coast Guard license. This mate was experienced. He knew that if he could not perform his navigation watch safely without distraction, he should have got assistance from the deckhand that was on watch with him or asked for relief. He did neither. The company is, even though it appears very large on paper, it's still, I would consider, a smaller company. The founders are very active in the interactions and get out and interact with the maritime off-field offices quite frequently. So I don't think a written procedure would have made a difference.
Member Rosekind.
Just to Member Sumwell's comment, these are challenges, the systems issues versus the individual. Human operators means human error. In this sense, they had all kinds of procedures and multiple failures, on both sides that went along here. But I think what's interesting, and I'm going to follow this discussion, is while we talk about distraction, in this case, the distraction was a life-threatening medical emergency. And I think one of the things that's interesting about this particular case is that the cell phone, et cetera, that was the mechanism of the notification. But I think we're on a pretty critical line here, which is what's kind of interesting is we saw a very in-depth analysis of whether, the individuals knew about the cell phone policy, and yet really the trigger for this was the life-threatening family medical emergency that this guy knew about. And so what's interesting, if we were to ask, did they know about that cell policy? We had a pretty good, clear indication you looked into that. As was said, really the only information about a medical relief policy was probably in the opening, when this person got hired. There's nothing written down about it. In fact, to say that, this person knew about it, we really don't have any information about that. And I think the fact that we have 15 people that came forward is only representative of 15 people in this company knowing that there's a policy. We have no idea if anyone else knows about it. And I think this is a clear place, and while we're not pushing anything formal, that in this case, while we may talk about the cell phone and computers as the mechanisms, that clearly the distraction here was the mental and emotional sort of focus that this individual had on this life-threatening family emergency. And in this case, he had plenty of time to announce it, did not. But we don't know. I'm thinking it would have been great to see a list here of how often that policy, which was written down, was reiterated and shown again, and we don't have a similar parallel to the cell phone policy. So in this case, I don't think we can really say that there was a comparable level of emphasis or knowledge on the part of the mate about what he should do. And unfortunately, we can't get into the individual's head. So where there were other factors, we just can't understand that part. So I think one of the things is when you think about lessons learned from this, I would want to make sure that's part of the headline here, is that a medical emergency needs to be addressed and at the very least raised to someone outside your system, whether it was the master here or somebody else, to know that someone else is part of the decision making, whether someone is fit for duty at that time. That didn't happen. And I think what's interesting that was just raised is there was a lot of room here, both on shore and then once at sea, for something to happen. It did not. So I just think while we're going to focus a lot on the distraction part of this, we don't want to lose that it was the family, life-threatening family medical emergency that really was the mental and emotional distraction. The other side I think that's pretty important to notice in this particular one, when we talk about distraction, you can have the cognitive or mental part, but in this case, the guy had the visual and the manual part. So it's one thing to be on a telephone, it's another to be texting or on a computer, because then visually you're engaged with heads down and potentially manually engaged as well. And I just mention that because the board has actually seen a flight crew, right, past Minneapolis, because they had heads down paying attention to scheduling issues, which again was a part of the cognitive distraction, but also on their computers as well. So I guess the first part, just while that was a statement, is kind of wondering, again, do we really have comparable policies where this individual would have known, would have been trained and clarified that his action should have been to tell someone before he ever left, or certainly at sea, that he had this major life issue going on?
Again, I think so. There was a policy that's in place that I mentioned in my PowerPoint that was revised. It was a distraction to duty. And it was a very comprehensive policy that Casey had in place. It was the third version that we looked at, so they had two earlier versions. And it was a catch-all that told the mariners, if you can't focus on your duties, what the company expected. And that included issues about not using the company laptop if it was a distraction to your watch. And so with everything in the company's safety management system, including they had procedures on watch relief, it just didn't specifically say if you have a medical emergency and can't handle your responsibilities, please contact somebody and get relieved. Everything was there, but the specific wording. So I just don't think a policy, a written policy, would have made that much of a difference.
Unfortunately, you could say the same thing about the cell phone. Guy still acted on his own and did both the cell phone and laptop, et cetera. So, I mean, that's the issue we're dealing with here. It's just because you have the policy doesn't mean the operators will do it. And I guess my emphasis really is that while we focus on distraction and your response was about the cell phone use, that we don't miss the fact that the mental and emotional distraction was about this family emergency. And he should have taken action based on that and included someone external to his decision making to help him make a decision about whether he was fit for duty or not. I just hope we don't lose that, and that's why I think my second question is going to be, if you wanted to try and address that issue, how could you do that?
In this accident, it was a family crisis. I don't think you can write a policy for every type of occurrence that puts the jeopardy of your operation at risk. This company complied with both the IMO's Safety Management Code and the RCP, and that gave the company a top-down focus on safety for its vessels and its operators and the crews, but it also encouraged crew members, and part of the philosophy of safety management is for crew members to step forward and step up when they see something unsafe happening, to speak up. And incumbent upon them is their responsibility to drive this up through management. But if the individual chooses not to say anything and to work around the system, I don't see how you can write a policy for every one of those occurrences. In this case, he had plenty of time to have taken action. The company dealt with these situations in the past. We didn't find any evidence that there was anything adverse on the individual if they asked for relief. Clearly, the company would not want to place their vessels and crews at risk by somebody trying to deal with these sorts of situations. If there had been a written policy in place on this specific issue, although we can't get into this individual's mind, he would have done the same thing. For some reason, he decided not to use the crew members that were on that vessel and the resources the company provided to deal with the situation in a responsible way, and he took action that placed the vessel at risk and the people that were, the other vessels that were in the waterway.
And I'm over time, so I'm going to a couple quick closures. One is this individual not only knew about it before he left, but in fact the master said upper wheelhouse, et cetera, and the guy answered him affirmatively, right? So I mean, he was actually not just withholding, but masking his potential intentions to do something different. And the other thing, which is exactly your thinking, it's hard to write a policy about this stuff, but I think the board in the past has identified issues where we emphasize, here's a lesson learned, use this accident to get people more educated and to think about these issues differently, because we can't have a policy that's going to change this.
In that respect, there's nothing stronger to put out there, at least staff believes, than this report. This is the first occurrence that we've investigated in an accident where we've had a cell phone distraction causal to an accident. And I know we want to get this message to AWO, but the entire maritime industry needs to hear this. Passenger vessel associations, tanker operators, cargo vessel operators, offshore operators, and we're going to make sure that this report gets out to the international community, because this is not a problem that is just in the in our waterways. This occurs throughout the world. So staff feels that the value of our report should not be underestimated in getting the message out to the people that deal with this in the industry.
And I hope when that message gets out, it's not just about distraction, but if there's a question about your fitness for duty, you raise that. That's another part of the message.
Vice Chairman Hart.
Thank you. It's clear that the mate on the Caribbean Sea was not only engaged, he was totally consumed by this family emergency, and obviously for very understandable reasons, because according to Mr. Bowling's slide, in the 12 minutes before the collision, he was on the phone at least 10 of those 12 and maybe 12 of those 12 minutes. So he was clearly totally consumed by this emergency. So let me ask about, just see if I can shed some light on why he wouldn't tell anybody about this. Was there any time urgency to this mission? I mean, a scheduled airline tries to take off on time, but was there any time emergency to getting this barge from point A to point B? Or could it just happen kind of whenever it could happen?
There were time limitations. They were very broad. The facility had holding capacity, and forgive me, I'm not quite sure what the facility holding capacity is, but they had it. But there was ample room for the mate to take any type of action. One of the things that we found in the mate's record was that he'd been on that run 118 days. So that could have been as little as 118 runs, but probably 2 to 3 barge runs each 24-hour period. So he, at least from in my group, there was some level of belief that he had a level of competency in his mind that he could make the run with these distractions safely, which may have accounted for him not notifying the master, asking for a relief because he'd done it, and actually he was senior to the master on the number of runs he'd made, so that may have played in.
So if he had to get somebody else to replace him and that took another hour, would that have been a big deal?
No, sir. The southern facility is roughly a nautical mile, 1.3 nautical miles from the staging area where the KC Transportation stages in Philadelphia. It's a little small area of the naval yard called River Associates. So actually the tug and barge, when they went outbound, would have to pass that location. So he could have picked up the vessel could have picked up a relief for him at that point.
Okay, similar question about Ride the Ducks and about why they didn't notify the Coast Guard. I'm just curious now, looking historically, there was a reduction of their authority from 1,000 feet to 300 feet, and I'm wondering, were there some bad events that led to that, and perhaps was this manager on duty reluctant to call the Coast Guard to notify them of yet another bad event, or what? First, two questions. What caused the reduction? I'm assuming somebody didn't just wake up one day and say, well, that would be a good idea to reduce this. What caused, there were some events that were catalysts to that reduction from 1,000 feet to 300?
Yes, sir, there were. In 2002, the Coast Guard had at least 2 maritime casualties with the ducks that were in operation then. And keep in mind that Ride the Ducks, as we International, was not involved at the time. I think they picked the company up around, Ride the Ducks picked the existing company in Philly up around 2003 or 2004, I believe. But the 2 events were where debris in the river had gotten into the propulsion system of the duck. And at that point, the duck had become stranded in the river. And so the Coast Guard had reduced the scope of the route to get them closer to some areas that were designated in Ride the Duck's original proposed operating route. They'd identified 4 areas along the Penn's Landing that if the duck experienced an emergency or a loss of propulsion, that hopefully they could make their way into, and these areas were shallow water or bulkheads where the vehicle could tie up and wait for assistance. So when the Coast Guard examined this casualty data in 2003, they added the deckhand, and then they reduced that distance from the bulkhead from 1,000 feet to 300 feet.
So just for clarification, you use the word casualty. Does that suggest injury or fatality, or does casualty just mean mishap to the vessel?
I use that term in context of mishap to the vessel. It's a term from Coast Guard regulations, marine casualty. It could be a fire, a collision. It could also be an injury, a slip or a fall. But in the way I used it here and the way I should have conveyed it is that the vessel experienced a debris in the propulsion and lost propulsion.
So it was dead in the water, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that the manager was reluctant to call the Coast Guard because, here's another problem and the Coast Guard's going to come down hard on us if we report this one? Or what's your sense of why the manager didn't report this to the Coast Guard?
That is not my sense. That from our observations with interaction with Ride the Ducks, and I looked at roughly 10 years of records, or nearly 10 years of records, there was a lot of communications between the Coast Guard and the company, even after the Ride the Ducks, as we know it today, bought the earlier company. And so there was open communication lines. I suspect that the manager on duty, she had a lot going on trying to get the other towing vessel lined up to go out and assist the duck. She had her hands full, and then, of course, the master on the duck itself, he was trying to prevent some of the irritant from getting into the passenger area, and was also trying to keep the passengers entertained. He said he continued some of his tour narrations and some jokes to keep them calm, and that's a good thing in a lot of ways. So I just suspect that they both were just wrapped around the tasking and just failed to do it.
Do you know if the manager was new or experienced, or what's your knowledge of the level of experience of the manager?
Yes, sir. I actually sat down and interviewed the manager, and I want to say she'd been with the company 5 years. I have my notes with me. I can give you an exact answer, but she wasn't new. She'd been there for a while and had worked up through the ranks.
Okay, thank you.
I have a number of questions, and so if it's possible to try to give brief answers to some of the questions. Captain Jones, I'll be looking for the slide that had the cell phone use and the number of minutes and the duration of those calls, so if you could pull that up. That was in the last presentation. Can you explain what the crew of the KC that were on duty at the time were doing in the hours, the minutes before the accident? When the mate took over from the captain, and then as they were preparing the vessel to depart?
Yes, ma'am. The master and the deckhand on watch with the master were both off duty, and they proceeded to their rack, so they were in their staterooms. The mate. And
by that you mean they were sleeping?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, or the master said he made a call to his wife or something, but they were in their staterooms and fixing to take rest. The mate was on watch. His deckhand was performing daily tasking. The deckhands are assigned daily tasking that includes checking barge lines, doing security rounds, making sure all the watertight openings are okay. And he had went off to perform some of his daily tasking, including some cleaning routines. The engineer worked from 7 to 7, and the engineer was down in the engine room making sure the propulsion system is working, the steering system's working, all the things he's responsible for. So at the time of the accident, the 3 crew members on watch were involved in one way or the other their daily operations. Now, the engineer and the deckhand had came up to meet in the galley for a drink or water or what have you, and a brief snack, and were in the galley when the accident happened.
Okay, does the deckhand have any watch responsibilities? Are they supposed to be performing a lookout?
Not specifically assigned to the deckhand. That would have come from the mate. The mate would have given the deckhand direction, and the deckhand would have said, yes, sir, what else do you want me to do? That direction did not come down from the mate.
Okay, and did if we're saying that the mate did not have specific direction, or that the deckhand did not have specific direction from the mate to be a lookout, so therefore he wasn't a lookout, why do we think that the lookout on the duck, if he wasn't specifically assigned to be a lookout, that deckhand is responsible for being a lookout then?
Well, there's a little bit of difference in the operation of the 2 vessels. I'll start with the duck. The duck is a small passenger vessel, and that deckhand, when he was assigned, well, the deckhand, when the manning requirement was put on by the Coast Guard in 2003, it was added with the specific purposes to assist the master with the performance of the lookout. Now, keep in mind, on that small boat, the master may be doing several things. He may be running the vessel and also providing a tour. So he's responsible, as in this case, he put the deckhand at the helm, continued with the tour. So at that point, the deckhand was, in the master's statement, he assumed that the deckhand took full responsibility for the lookout. So there's the big difference. And then with the duck, the deckhand went to the bow and had a 360-degree view of the river. The master remained in the passenger area and was taking care of other things.
Okay, so he was assigned specific duties that had lookout responsibilities, and so we think that there's a difference, that the deckhand on the barge did not have assigned responsibilities.
That's correct.
Okay, so when we look at this chart that's up, did either the deckhand or the engineer see the mate on his phone during the voyage? When they were interviewed after the accident, he's clearly on his phone a lot. Did they see him on his phone?
No, ma'am, they did not.
How did they not happen to see him at all?
Well, again, because they were going about the vessel and doing their own, taking care of their own tasking. Both individuals indicated to the NTSB in their statements that the last time they had saw the mate, he was in the upper wheelhouse when they got underway. And at no time did anybody indicate they had saw him using a cell phone, whether it was the company-issued cell phone or his personal cell phone.
And do we have cell phone records for the deckhand and the engineer?
No, ma'am. I did not pull the cell phone records for the deckhand or the engineer.
So we don't know if they were using their personal cell phones while on duty?
No, ma'am. We do not, and I didn't pull them primarily because of the fact that of the facts as we on the towing vessel. The deckhand at the time was in the galley, and the engineer again it just came up from the engine room. So from the accident scenario, they had no role in it. If the deckhand on the towing vessel had been assigned by the mate to go to the forward position on the barge and maintain a lookout, I would have more than likely subpoenaed his cell phone records at that point to see what he was doing. But he was in the galley. Okay. He never signed.
Well, I think that's also a point that we need to take, for our investigations as well. I think we've got some recommendations coming to the Coast Guard, and so I think we need to decide who, when you're collecting data on cell phone use, who does that extend to? Anyone in a safety-sensitive position, anyone who's on duty, what are we talking about? And I think we need to think through that. Was there any efficiency testing or observational testing that were done by KC of their crew members to implement or enforce their policy? They had this long-standing policy on personal electronic devices. Did they have any experience testing their crews, either calling their cell phones, personal cell phones, to see if they answered them, or observing them?
No, ma'am, they didn't go to those extremes, but what they did do were hold monthly safety meetings on vessels, and they would segment out two or three topics.
I just want to stop you there. Why do you think that's an extreme? Do they give testing to crews for other things while they're licensed?
Well, I said that because of the fact that, again, a licensed mariner raises his or her hand, and they take an oath to abide by regulation and policy. So an employer really shouldn't have the cost burden to deal with that. I think there are other ways to attack the problem.
Right, but don't they do testing of crew's performance, like emergency drills and other things like that? Why did they do that?
To ensure that the proficiencies are there and that the crews will enact their training during emergency events. And there's a fire, man overboard, and abandoned ship.
Okay. Can we go to slide 5, please? Were any audits of their SMS system by ABS or by AWO? Did they have any checks on their cell phone policy or how they implemented their cell phone policy? Was that part of the audit?
Not in the span of audits that we collected.
Okay. And on slide 5, there's this is in the first presentation that he had. Yes, thank you. There's a list of shortcomings that they had, and if my colleagues will just indulge me, I just want to finish up this round. In the KC's submission, they identified 2 things that were not listed here. They identified that they did not display a day shape, or I guess like a buoy if you're anchored in the channel. And they also did not sound a warning signal under Rule 34D. So is there a reason why we didn't identify those as failures of the crew here?
Well, the duck itself is an unusual design, and it's not required to carry day shapes. There's no place to, or the original configuration, there's no place to put a day shape. Ride the Ducks has since configured it so they can put a day shape up. So that was the day shape issue. The other issue was, I believe they referred to Rule 34, which is a sound to alert the another vessel, an approaching vessel, of a hazardous situation. And the master of the duck, the horn on the duck actually would have been inoperable with the ignition off.
So do they have a requirement to issue a warning? To be able to issue a warning, do we think that could have prevented this accident, or do we think it wouldn't have made a difference in this case?
Well, I don't think it made a difference in this case because, just for a moment, forget about the horn. The master tried to raise the towing vessel. The master of the duck tried to raise the towing vessel on channel 1-3 3 times, and then channel 1-6 1 time. Those are the predominant ways that vessels communicate. The horn would have been a last-ditch measure, and in this case, it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered because they couldn't have changed their course enough at that late point to avoid hitting the duck?
Well, it's doubtful the mate would have heard that in the lower wheelhouse with a horn from a small passenger vessel. We're not talking a 1,000-foot ship that's going to really put some audibles out. It's a small vessel. Because
he might not have heard it is why it wouldn't have made a difference.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Member Sumwalt.
The Vice Chairman asked a question about the time criticality of this barge movement and how long would it have taken to replace the mate who was dealing with a catastrophic situation in his own family. But correct me if I'm wrong, there is no minimum crew complement he could have gone and asked the captain who was supposed to be on a scheduled rest break. He could have said, I've got this situation, you take it, and he could have gotten off the vessel right then and there, right? It might have messed up the captain's sleep schedule but he could have gotten off. He would not have had to have remained on board the Caribbean Sea. Is that correct?
That's correct. The captain, the master, could have taken over control of the vessel and not been in violation of any law or regulation.
So that's all it would have taken.
That's correct.
We do talk in the report that and you've pointed out that no one on board the Duck or the dispatch center from Ride the Ducks contacted the Coast Guard. But what difference would that have made? We've already pointed out that the mate of the Caribbean Sea did not hear any of the transmissions that were made from the Duck. We've talked about this when I met with staff last week, but what difference would that have made?
Well, again, we would never know, but it could have possibly alerted the mate if he, assuming he had the radio even on, which we hope he did, just had the volume down. The Coast Guard could have broadcast a security call over their VHF system, which puts out with a lot more wattage than the radio from the Duck. So that difference in the audible and the wheelhouse may have been enough to trigger an alertness. Plus, it would have came from the Coast Guard, which naturally a mariner pays a little more attention to radio broadcasts from an authority than another vessel. So that was one possibility. The Coast Guard could have also dispatched one of their small boats to go up and put a perimeter around the Duck. There's a possibility they could have broadcast a marine assistance request broadcast, which would have brought commercial assistance to the Duck. So there's several things that we explored as a team, but I think that hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Captain Henry, you mentioned that Ride the Ducks needs to put, I think I'm paraphrasing what you said here, but they need to put in place a system, some sort of a system. What I want to know is what actions have both organizations taken post-accident?
Let me defer that question to the IIC.
Please.
First, considering the actions taken by Ride the Ducks, they did a review of their operation and considered what actions they can take to improve their operation. Among the things they did was to install the day shape holders and to train the crew on how to use these, so that in event that they had a loss of propulsion, that they could display this shape. In addition, they fitted an additional horn, and they revised the wiring arrangement for the horn so that they would operate even if the ignition switch was in the off position. They added an additional VHF radio to the APVs to improve communications capabilities, and they rescripted the safety briefings to make more emphasis on the shortcomings that we identified in this investigation. For example, the donning procedures, and also they. In their revised operating plan, which they submitted to the Coast Guard and was approved by the Coast Guard, they stationed a response boat in the water that was available to respond in the event of a on-water emergency by any of the ducks. Many other things I can go into more detail, but most of these are covered in the existing draft report.
But the people in the audience don't have the benefit of knowing what's in the draft report.
Sure, I can continue then, sir. They had, in addition, gone out and became more involved in waterways management. That joined the Maritime Exchange, the Coast Guard Auxiliary, and attempted to establish a better, improved dialogue with the stakeholders on the waterway. They did, as I mentioned, I believe they did an evaluation or risk assessment of their routes to make sure that their operating areas were safe as they could be. In addition, they are looking at revising their documentation in their safety management program to more closely align the format of the ISM, or the International Safety Management Systems documentation. They do not plan, however, to fully adopt an ISM certified program. In addition, they went out and did an audit, an external audit of their operation to assess their operating procedures, maintenance, and mechanical condition of the ducts there in Philadelphia.
That's good. I want to have, I'm out of time, but I think we need to give equal time to KC, but also when we're talking about Rye the Ducks and their remedial actions, one thing that we're looking at here is how did the cap, the radiator cap or the surge tank cap come off, and maybe that happened in the shop, and so I think Rye the Ducks is requiring ASCE certification for all of their mechanics. Is that true as well?
That's correct. In the interest of improving the competence, capabilities of their maintenance of the ducts, they're requiring all their mechanics to seek certification.
I'm out of time, Madam Chairman. I do think we need to hear what KC is doing. May I continue? Thank you. Please continue.
I have one more thing to address that slip that occurred regarding the pressure cap. They've now posted warning placards to remind the mechanics that to ensure that all fluid caps are securely fastened before closing the engine hood. Regarding KC Transportation, following the accident, they contracted with a master mariner to do a safety survey of their operation in Philadelphia, and from that there were recommendations made on how they could improve their operation. Additionally, they met with the City of Philadelphia officials and discussed the results of this safety audit, and as a result the contract was amended to improve the safety of the operation. The contract modification including that the tugboats that were used in the operation would have a good visibility or equipped with an upper pilot house, and that the helmsman on duty would use the upper pilot house when maneuvering an empty barge. There was also a couple of other things in the contract, that they would have 2 radios in the upper and lower wheelhouses, and that one in the galley would be monitored by another member of the crew. Also specified that the tugboat would have radar equipped, and that they must receive training in the operation of the radar. And finally, they required that the operator of the tugboat or designated lookout would not use a cell phone for personal reasons. And that's essentially the elements of the revised contract.
Thank you. I've often said that an accident is tragic, but it is equally tragic to endure the accident and then not take remedial actions. And it sounds like remedial actions have been taken on both sides, and this board, at the end of the day, will issue additional recommendations to hopefully plug up even more holes in the system. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for indulging, and my colleagues for indulging as I overran.
I think we're all overrunning a little bit today. Member Weiner.
It's been mentioned several times the master, or the mate rather, took an oath when he got his license, and that seems to be all that's necessary to show good judgment. Now, having taken that same oath myself, and as an aside, found myself eligible to be drafted by the Merchant Marine in time of emergency, much to my surprise. I wonder how that oath actually translates into good judgment. You know, we have on the aeronautical side requirements basically in the federal air regulations, which say it's illegal to have a crash, but nevertheless people do. In this case, I've heard several times that it's not really necessary to remind the mate in this particular case that there were some processes and procedures and policies that he didn't follow. But we don't want to, because other like individuals have taken the oath, that we seem to be reluctant to want to remind the whole industry that there are things that need to be considered with fitness for duty. Any comment to that?
Sir, all I can tell you is that the mate had been serving and going to sea since 2000. So he was an experienced individual. And as you know, as a licensed individual, the more experience you get, the more knowledge you have of a general thing called prudent seamanship. And a prudent mariner, whether you're a mate or a deckhand or a master, if you have something that will keep you from doing your job and it's a safety-related function, you're ingrained to seek assistance or get relief. So all I can tell you is that the oath doesn't account for judgment, but the oath certainly does account for a mariner raising his or her hand that they will abide by rules and regulations. And the predominant regulation and rule that was broken in this was the mate failed to maintain a lookout. That's been established in maritime law since the 60s, I believe. And he didn't adhere to that fundamental principle. If he'd have maintained a prudent lookout using radio, radar, what have you, we wouldn't be here today.
So as Member Sumwalt stated, to have an accident is tragic. To not learn from the accident is even worse. In this particular case, we seem to be reluctant to want to go off into the industry and remind everybody in the industry that prudent seamanship also includes good judgment. And there are examples of poor judgment. This is being an example of poor judgment.
Member Sumwalt. Unless anybody wanted to respond to that. Member Rosekind.
I'll respond to that and keep right along that line, which is, I think, we are seeing in other areas. In fact, we had a pipeline hearing about San Bruno where there's a lot of discussion about performance-based regulations. And I think what's interesting is that the chairman's comments are exactly where these kinds of evaluations are going to have to go, which is to evaluating actions, behavior, etc. What we continually do is say, we mailed things out, we gave a class, people attended. We don't know, that's exactly what broke down here, we don't know if those are effective measures for people to adhere to the procedures and policies that we think they're learning in those classes, etc. And so while, labeled extreme, I actually think that's the direction we have to go to. As a hardcore behaviorist, it's like knowledge is one thing, but if they're not acting appropriately with a procedure or policy, then it's not effective. And right now, measuring effectiveness by they sat in a class or raised their hand is not an evaluation if action-wise, when in a situation, they're using a cell phone, they're looking out, paying attention to what they're supposed to pay attention to, etc. I think this is going to be a really important issue, that distraction, we like to, just blame it on the cell phone, etc. It's the people, again, who are making those decisions. And to evaluate whether these policies and procedures are enacted appropriately is going to take more than just sort of tracking attendance. So I think that's not extreme. I think we're going to have to end up in those kind of evaluations. And I'm saying that because, again, we're seeing a whole change for regulation moving that way. Performance-based regulation, well, those things have to be measured. And they're going to have to be measured by more than just did people attend a class or sign a sheet when we first hire them kind of thing. So let me change completely. I just have one question. You showed a nice slide that the Coast Guard, which clearly has a very important safety role here, has been responsive to cell phone issues previously. So there was one open, acceptable, another closed, acceptable. Can you say anything else about what role the Coast Guard could play in addressing the issues that have been raised in the board meeting to further help enhance what we've learned?
The Coast Guard was involved in the first two investigations we did. Unfortunately, it was on the side of using cell phones. So yes, they are aware, especially from the operational side, of our interest in this issue, and took action with the Coast Guard operational side to address the issue and deal with it at the command level and the unit level. We also asked the Coast Guard to reach out to the maritime industry and ask for voluntary compliance with cell phone prohibitions, based on the 2 accidents that we observed. But in neither 2 of those accidents was cell phone use causal. So this is the first accident that we've had where staff's proposing to make this causal to the accident, cell phone use. Remember Sumwalt made an interesting observation that distracted operation from cell phone use is the new DWI. And for both the Office of Marine Safety and the Coast Guard, that is in fact the case. We have only been looking for cell phone abuse since 2009. And we have struggled with adapting it to our investigative protocols. It can be very intensive. It can be very time-consuming, and we haven't gotten it right every time. The Coast Guard, while they may anecdotally record cell phone use if it comes up in an interview, is like us. They don't have investigative protocols to nail down cell phone abuse. It's not explicitly recorded in their database as cell phone abuse, and we feel that those are the first steps that need to be taken by the Coast Guard to go at the problems just as they did and just as we did with DWI in the marine industry. And we have worked with the Coast Guard for a number of years on these accidents where DWI was not investigated properly, and have worked with them in revising the regulations. And we've got a recommendation to the Coast Guard to take a stronger stance on regulating and enforcing cell phone abuse in the maritime industry. For the short term, we're asking them to continue their outreach as they did with the safety alert they issued last year. Outreach and education of the maritime industry, because it's going to take years and years for this regulation to come online. This is what we're asking of the Coast Guard based on this accident.
So bringing you back here, the Coast Guard is an important player in this and has been effective in coming out with responding to the previous recommendations. And so in this accident as well, some recommendations are focused specifically to them to help further sort of their role in addressing this from a safety perspective.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chairman Hart.
Thank you. I certainly agree with the need to ascertain that policies, procedures, and regulations are working, but having said that, I would caution us not to get in the position of having a regulation that says be careful at the stop sign, and then people are still having collisions at the stop sign, so then we say, oh, well, it's time to put out a regulation that says be more careful at the stop sign. So what that tells me is we need to think of a different, if what we're doing ain't working, we need to come up with a different and better way rather than just yet another regulation to emphasize what we've already regulated. Thank you.
All right. I think maybe now might be the time to do this. I asked about the crew members and whether or not they'd noticed anything or reported anything, because I think that they didn't, because they're used to it. The fact that the master made the call, or that the mate made the calls that he did and received the calls that he did, showed that he was comfortable with it. He did it while other people were walking around potentially in plain sight. And I think this is because There is a culture where this is permitted. And he wasn't uncomfortable using his cell phone. He wasn't uncomfortable making calls because he'd done it before. And I think that this is the problem with respect to these devices. It's not that the company didn't have a policy. They had a very clear policy. They were not to have any personal electronic devices while they were on watch, period, at all. And he did. He had it, it was on, and it was being used. And I think we see the same thing with respect to sterile cockpit. And when we have two crew members who've never flown together, who walk into a cockpit of an airplane and they easily fall into violations of sterile cockpit and have non-essential conversations below 10,000 feet, that tells me that they do it all the time and it's nothing unusual for them. And so we had a situation with this accident where they had a policy. They'd had a policy for years. It wasn't a new policy. It was understood. They, in fact, had already shown their crew members. The mate was employed at the time, and an accident that had occurred before where there had been an accident because of distraction. They provided a memo that said, don't do this. We know everybody has these devices. It's tempting to use them. But here's an accident involving this ship called the Barrett that was involved in a grounding in the Baltic Sea because the second officer who was in charge on the watch walked out of the wheelhouse or walked out of the place to control the vessel on the bridge and was texting for 40 minutes, missed fixed points, and grounded the vessel. They already knew what could happen when something like this happened, but yet there's still the violation. And we cite in our report an example in the Chatsworth rail accident. This occurred several years ago in California. The reason why I asked you about efficiency testing and about self-reporting by the other crew members is because that's an important part of the culture. People will do things unless they think they're going to get caught. Why did the deckhand on the Ride the Ducks think it was okay to text? Because nobody saw him doing it. Because he was out of sight of the passengers. He thought they couldn't see him over the canopy. And they couldn't. But he shouldn't have been texting. And I think in the Chatsworth accident, we had an engineer who had been basically tested. They had management call his cell phone while he was on duty, while a supervisor was standing next to him, and it rang. It's not supposed to be on, and they're not supposed to have it while they're on duty. He was counseled about that. The second time, he was turned in by another crew member for using his cell phone while he was on duty. They were concerned about their own safety. I think we don't talk about it in the report, but I think we should. Member Rosekind mentioned Northwest 188. We had two pilots who were out of radio communication with air traffic control for over an hour because they had pulled their laptops out and they were working on their laptops. They overflew their destination by over 100 miles and didn't realize it until a flight attendant rang them up and said, should we be repairing the cabin? We have investigated accident after accident in other modes. I pulled up another one, Sherman, Texas. It was a tractor trailer where the driver had made or received 97 cell phone calls over the course of 12 hours. At what point do we say it's too much, it's enough, it has to stop, we can't do this anymore as a society? When do we say this is a problem? And when do we say we have to do something about it? And we talked about the DWI reference, but let's talk about something even more simple when it comes to maritime operations. Probably in some of the mariners' lifetime that are sitting in here, it was permissible to have alcohol on the bridge. It happened. It was a long day or a long night, and people drank. Well, guess what? It is not okay to have alcohol on the bridge of a vessel anymore. And you know what changed? The culture changed. People said, we're not going to accept this anymore. We're not going to look the other way. We're going to have a hard line on this. We're going to enforce it, and we're going to hold people accountable, and the ramifications or the punishment will be significant. We're not going to wait until you ground the Exxon Valdez to do something about it. we have to look back at ourselves. We're pointing one finger at other people and saying you're not doing something. There's 4 fingers coming back at us. What are we doing? How do we enforce our own policy? Yes, we have a cell phone policy for our employees, but how do we know if they're violating it or not? In Chatsworth, we asked locomotive operators, railroad companies to put cameras in the locomotive cab to watch employees to ensure that they were adhering with procedures. Only the operator that had the accident, Metrolink, has done that. But nonetheless, we felt like it had gotten to a point where it had gone too far, and there needed to be some level of enforcement. How do we change a culture? How do we decide that something's not okay, that you can't drink on the bridge? And I'm going to use my last example is something that that surprised me. We had a petition for reconsideration for one of the very first accidents, aviation accidents, the board investigated. And it occurred in 1967, and it involved a Piedmont Airlines 727 and a private jet. And they collided in North Carolina, and all 82 passengers aboard both planes were killed. And we had a petition for reconsideration of this accident 40 years later in 2006. And one of the things that was raised by the petitioner was that the NTSB didn't address a lot of issues. And the thing that shocked me about this was in our investigation, in our report, we actually said that in the accident report, we talked about the recorders, and they had a cockpit voice recorder, and it was only 3 minutes and 15 seconds because they had just taken off. They had not been operating very long. Said the conversations recorded on the tape concerned primarily with the operation of the aircraft, and nothing was found of probative value to the investigation. They had a Manera collision. There were 3 crew members in the cockpit at the time. Nobody identified the oncoming Cessna aircraft. They had a fire in the cockpit in an ashtray from cigarettes, and there was nothing on the CVR that was of probative value to the investigation. It was primarily concerned with the operation of the aircraft. On the CVR, they were talking about the fire in the ashtray and trying to put it out and joking with the captain about someone was going to burn his steak at the barbecue that night. Smoking on an airplane, not permitted. Not permitted in the cockpit anymore, absolutely. Not even a question. I think every passenger on an airplane would tackle somebody if they tried to light a cigarette on an airplane today. What has changed? The culture has changed. We don't allow that anymore. I want to get to a point in time where it's just as unacceptable to have a cell phone in your hand, texting while you're operating a vessel, as it is not okay to have open alcohol on the bridge or smoke in the cockpit. We have got to change the culture. We've lost control of this issue. It's going to get worse. We need to figure out how to address it. And so I look forward to figuring out how to do that with my colleagues, with the staff, and with the organizations that we work with. We have got to draw a line in the sand at some point. It's gone too far. How many more lives do we have to lose before we say you can't do this anymore and can't be safe about it? Enforcement is one thing, but you know what? The technology itself can help us solve the problem. And so I think we need to think about what the other options for solutions are here and help figure out how to take responsibility for that. So if there's no other questions for this presentation, we'll move to our last presentation, Mr. LaRue, and then we'll take a break after Mr. LaRue's presentation and the question and answer session. We'll shift the tables, and then we'll move to probable cause. Please proceed, Mr. LaRue.
Good afternoon. This presentation will cover the survival factors portions of the accident, including Duck 34's pre-departure safety briefing, life-saving equipment, egress, and emergency response. Coast Guard regulation requires the master of a small passenger vessel, such as Duck 34, to provide a safety briefing to passengers before getting underway. The briefing must include the location of emergency exits, the location of life jackets and other life-saving equipment, and the proper method of donning and adjusting life jackets, including a demonstration. The Duck 34 master provided a safety briefing before departure. However, staff identified deficiencies related to that briefing. The master failed to effectively prepare passengers for what to do in case of an emergency. Also, while the briefing covered essential information regarding the location of life jackets, he did not actually put on and fasten a life jacket as called for by Ride the Duck's procedures. 2 Hungarian passengers told investigators that after hearing the master's safety briefing, they did not know how to put on a life jacket. It is critical for passenger safety that the pre-briefing include specific information passengers will need in an emergency, and that it is presented in a way that is understood by all on board, especially when carrying passengers with limited knowledge of English. Ride the Ducks has taken steps since the accident to improve its pre-departure procedures. It created a standardized, scripted safety briefing, which must be presented by all masters prior to departure. The briefing includes an actual demonstration of how to don a life jacket. Life jackets were the primary life-saving equipment carried on board Duck 34. They were stored overhead on each side of the vessel, as shown here. Adult-sized life jackets were kept on the starboard side, while child-sized life jackets were on the port side. Per Ride the Duck's procedures, the master should have had passengers don life jackets for either a fire or loss of propulsion, but they were not instructed to don life jackets until just before the collision. Staff has proposed a recommendation to address this deficiency. The Duck 34 passenger cabin had 9 rows of bench seats arranged down the port and starboard sides of the vessel with a center aisle in between. The cabin was covered overhead by a canopy consisting of a composite vinyl and polyester awning supported by steel framing. The primary egress on duck vessels is directly over the side. Canopy supports are required to be even with seat backs to facilitate egress, and they were positioned properly on Duck 34, as shown here in this photo taken after the accident. In addition, the vessel met the window opening, seat spacing, and aisle width requirements for egress found in the Coast Guard's APV inspection guidance. This still frame shows the barge, the Resource, as it struck Duck 34 and began pushing it forward. From the moment of impact, only 10 seconds elapsed before Duck 34 was pushed completely under the water. The Duck rolled to starboard and across the spoon-shaped bow of the Resource, ultimately being pushed underwater at the port side of the barge's bow and escaping the crushing damage it would have sustained had it ridden under the barge. As a result, most passengers, even those submerged in the vehicle, were able to egress the almost intact APV. This photo shows Duck 34 along the port side of the barge after impact. Because of the location of the accident, emergency responders were able to get on scene quickly to assist those in the water. 19 passengers were recovered by vessels including the Ferry Freedom and small boats from the Coast Guard, Philadelphia Marine Police, and U.S. Navy. Shown here are Coast Guard personnel in the foreground and Navy personnel on an inflatable boat in the background, recovering persons from the water. 16 persons were able to swim to shore. Due to the combined efforts of these responders, all passengers on the surface of the river were quickly rescued and accounted for. Those requiring medical attention were transported to local hospitals. Staff believes that the emergency response was timely and effective. This photo shows Duck 34 after the accident. The accident resulted in 2 passenger fatalities, and 27 others sustained minor injuries, mostly consisting of bumps and bruises. Staff is prepared to answer any questions at this time.
Member Walton, it really is your turn this time.
Thank you. We make the point in the draft report that the captain did not direct the passengers to don the life jackets until right before the collision. So as a result, no one had the opportunity to fully don a life jacket. If these life jackets were donned, is there a possibility that the life jackets could have impeded the egress from the dock? I think we came out of the Miss Majestic accident that occurred back in 1999 and pointed out that if you have a canopy, then you shouldn't be wearing the life jackets until you've egressed. I'm not sure exactly the wording of that rec, but Mr. Henry or Mr. Roth-Rafi or whomever, Liam, would you like to address that? So in other words, the question is, could the life jackets actually have impeded the situation?
In this particular accident, I could name a number of variables that if you had just subtly changed them in the slightest, you would have had a much different outcome. Had the passengers been wearing life jackets, had the two fatalities had been wearing life jackets, would they have survived? If the design of the bow had been different and the vessel had and the duck had ridden under the barge instead of off to the side, had the anchor been let out in a different direction, had the impact occurred at a slightly different angle to the duck, you would have had a completely different result in this accident. But to be straightforward, there's nothing in how that vessel is designed to meet the safety requirements that is going to make it survivable in a situation where a 250-foot barge running over it is going to make a difference. In the Miss Majestic, we had an operation where because of the rapid flooding, undetected flooding, the fact that nobody knew it was happening until the very last moment, the canopy design, the lack of egress out the sides, or even safety warning to the passengers, before the trip got underway, that was their normal means of egress. There were passengers trapped.
Mr. Henry, I apologize. Can you speak up because it's a little bit hard to hear over the construction noise?
In the case of the Miss Majestic, there were a number of elements that created the situation where passengers did get trapped in the canopy. Following that accident, the Coast Guard and the industry got together and developed a number of processes and procedures to prevent that from happening in the future. Egress through the sides were enlarged. The briefings were modified to acknowledge the fact that no longer, when you boarded the vessel, can you expect to go out the same way. That egress is out through the windows. Flooding detection systems, and a number of advances in watertight protection, survivability from flooding were instituted. But that's not the accident that happened, that we investigated.
So what you're saying, I think, is that, okay, we know the captain of the Duck did not inform people to don life jackets until right before the collision. We know that no one was able to get it donned fully. So the question really is that did that change the outcome? If those life jackets would have been on, we can't say for sure that the two fatalities would have survived. Is that what you're telling me?
There's just too many variables to say what the outcome would have been had everybody been in a life jacket.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chairman, no further questions.
Thank you, Member Subwalt. Member Weiner. Member Roskine.
Mr. LaRue, can you just tell us a little bit about some of the emergency preparedness for Ride the Ducks? You talked about the briefing, et cetera, but I'm wondering, were there practice sessions, scenarios that were actually worked on? In our evaluation discussion here, was this actually observed, tested? How do we know if, things have been rescripted and things again, how do we evaluate those? What's being done to make sure that what's in place is going to actually happen?
Sir, I'll take that question. The Ride the Ducks, the Duck is an inspected vessel. So there were Coast Guard required drills, and then Ride the Ducks had their own internal program, more frequent, of course, than what was required by the Coast Guard. The basis of those drills covered all the emergency, with Ride the Ducks, covered all the emergencies outlined in their safety or their safety program. Fire, loss of propulsion, abandoned ship. They would go through that annually, and then they would go through that periodically with individuals. The Coast Guard would do their required drills annually when they came around to do the vessel's inspections.
Great. So once again, the company was in line with all that, doing it. In this particular case, there wasn't a full briefing, et cetera. Anything in reading the report and getting into some places, the two individuals who did not survive were sitting next to each other. There are a lot of factors we've heard about, but anything else, given so many people survived and these two did not?
The information you just mentioned is basically what we have. The two individuals were sitting next to each other. They were in the second row forward on the starboard side. We talked to all of their friends in the student group, trying to get an idea of whether or not the two individuals were able to swim. We were not able to verify that. The location that they were sitting was fairly undamaged. Most of the damage occurred on the port quarter of the vessel. So really that's all we have, is that they were sitting together on the starboard side.
Mm-hmm. Just my last comment, which is I think you've done a very nice job of acknowledging the response to this accident. Those pictures you showed and all the people you identified, it's always the what if. And while there were a lot of survivors, part of it was the tremendous response from all these different parties trying to get these people out of the water as soon as possible. And you really got to acknowledge those people for literally jumping in to do their part. Thank you.
Vice Chairman. Any additional questions? Okay. We're going to thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. LaRue, and thank you for answering my questions when I met with you all. I think that really the one that I had the most question about was the one that Member Sumwalt asked, and if they had donned, all of the passengers had been sitting with their life jackets, would that have hampered their ability to get out or their egress? And I understood that the response was we just don't know. We can't tell given the dynamic conditions that they experienced. And so, I think that would certainly be a question that I would have if I had been on the vessel, is if would it have made a difference. And so we just don't know. So thank you very much for your presentations. And we're going to take a short break. We'll come back really short, 5 minutes or so, and we'll just move the chairs, and then we're going to do our findings, probable cause, and recs.
Liam, did you see
Welcome
Butts
back.
and,
We will now proceed with the findings, probable cause, and recommendations. Do any of the staff or board members have any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Dr. Meyer, will you please read the findings of the investigation? If any board member has any questions or comments, please let me know.
Yes, ma'am. The staff are proposing 16 findings. Number one, the following were not a factor in the accident. Qualifications of crew members on board the Caribbean Sea and Duck 34 for the positions they held, use of alcohol, illicit drugs, or prescribed over-the-counter medications by the master and mate of the Caribbean Sea or by the master and deckhand of the Duck 34, meteorological conditions, river conditions, and waterway configuration, functioning of the mechanical, electronic, and communication systems on board the Caribbean Sea, and functioning of the non-propulsion mechanical systems on board the Duck 34. 2. The Duck 34 surge tank pressure cap was not in place at the time of the accident, and the missing pressure cap allowed the engine coolant to boil and create steam that entered the passenger compartment and prompted the master to shut down the engine because he believed he had an onboard fire. 3. The mechanics who performed post-trip inspections of Duck 34 failed to ensure that the surge tank pressure cap was securely in place before allowing the vehicle to enter passenger service. 4. Contrary to the master's instructions and contrary to his own post-accident statements, the mate of the Caribbean Sea was not navigating the vessel from the upper wheelhouse at the time of the collision. 5. The mate of the Caribbean Sea failed to maintain an appropriate lookout, including monitoring the radios while navigating the vessel because he was distracted by personal use of his cell phone and the company laptop computer in dealing with a serious family medical emergency. 6. The mate of the Caribbean Sea should have been aware of his employer's prohibition of personal cell phones and company-provided computers while on watch, but on the day of the accident, he did not follow the policy. 7. Had the mate of the Caribbean Sea informed the master or KC Transportation Management of the serious family medical emergency, he would likely have been granted relief from the watch. 8. The actions of the Caribbean Sea master before and after the accident were appropriate. 9. The Duck 34 master's initial response, shutting down the engine and anchoring to what he believed to be a fire on board the vessel, was reasonable given his perception of the nature of the emergency. 10. The Duck 34 master did not fully appreciate or appropriately respond to the risk of a collision that faced Duck 34 and its occupants once he had shut down the vessel's engine and anchored in the navigable channel. 11. The Duck 34 deckhand's personal use of his cell phone to send text messages while he was on the bow of the vessel distracted him from effectively performing his duty as a lookout. 12. Increased Coast Guard focus on and oversight of the use by mariners of such devices will prevent accidents and save lives. 13. The emergency response to this accident was timely and effective. 14. The Duck 34 master's safety briefing before the accident trip did not adequately convey to the passengers the critical information they needed to be prepared to respond effectively to the emergency. 15. Ride the Ducks International's written procedures for safe operational practices and emergency procedures on the water were comprehensive and exceeded requirements. However, they were not fully implemented by the crew of Duck 34 or the shoreside personnel on the day of the accident. And finally, 16, the failure of the Caribbean Sea mate to adhere to KC Transportation's established policies or follow good marine practice on the day of the accident could not be linked to a deficiency in the company's safety management system.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board members or staff?
I have a comment on 16. The failure of the Caribbean Sea mate to adhere to KC's Transportation's established policies or follow good marine practice on the day of the accident could not be linked to deficiency in the company's safety management system. The established policies were not written down, so an unwritten policy is not really a policy. So they had a practice of perhaps providing relief if somebody had an emergency, but I fail to see that it's an established policy if it's not written down anywhere.
And I think potentially the other question too is if we want them to review their system on the use of cell phones, that perhaps one of the important things about a safety management system is feedback, that you're actually looking at what's being done, seeing if the policies and procedures are being followed, and then getting feedback. And so it didn't seem like, even though they had this long-standing cell phone policy that they, and the personal electronic device policy, that they actually had any evaluation of it or compliance effectiveness with it.
So in the cell phone use case, they had a written policy, but it wasn't being followed. In the relief from watch, there was no written policy. It was just a practice, and as such, as I said, it to me doesn't constitute a policy. It just constitutes a practice, but not one that has necessarily any legacy to it.
Which, if I can just point out, why this question is so good is because there are actually three things. There's the cell phone, the emergency response, to the response to the emergency, and the third is just good marine practice about lookout and being vigilant when on watch, and that one was not followed as well. So there actually was kind of hard to tell is what we're talking about here, because one was not written down, one was written down, and one was sort of the standard policy. So that's part of the issue here.
Member Sumwalt.
Well, here's my proposal. I move to strike recommendation 16, or finding 16.
Seconded.
The motion's been seconded. Staff, I'd like to solicit your comments on what you intended with this finding.
In finding number 16, we were referring to, in terms of established policies, we were referring to the non-use of cell phone. And then the rest of that conclusion goes on to say, following good marine practice, that's perhaps where maintaining lookout, being fit for duty, not distracted, might have come into play.
How does staff feel about the motion to strike this finding?
Just one comment. This mate, with his life-threatening emergency, just happened to be the mate on a towing vessel in an industry that has a strong program for safety management. It seems to me like we're taking them to task for not dotting the I's and crossing the T's, when if you look at other segments of the maritime industry, they have no safety management program at all, nor are they required to. Now, it's a recommendation from the board to the Coast Guard to put those in place, but if this had been a mate on a different type of vessel, and he had done this, there's nothing in place that a company was required to put out that would have identified this as a problem.
But it didn't, in fact, change the outcome, having the procedures of the policy. Had he been on a vessel where they didn't have procedures or policy and he had done the same thing, we still would have faulted him for being inattentive to the watch. I think I'm having a disconnect between finding 15 that says Ride the Ducks International written procedures for safe operational practices and emergency procedures on the water were comprehensive and exceeded requirements. However, they were not fully implemented by the crew of the Duck 34 or the shoreside personnel on the day of the accident. And in the following finding, we say the failure of Caribbean Sea Mate to adhere to KC's transportation's established policies or follow good marine practice on the day of the accident could not be linked to a deficiency in the company's SMS.
I took number 16 to mean that the company was doing a commendable job, but this individual didn't follow it, and I guess I don't even agree that just because it's not written, it's not a policy, but even if that's the case, it's still good marine practice. I think 16 covers it very well to say that the company had very good and comprehensive policies in place. This guy just did not follow it, and it wasn't because of the deficiency in the company's SMS. That's how I read that number 16.
A comment. SMS involves setting the standard and then checking to see that it's been met. So part of SMS is gathering data to see how you're doing on compliance. There's nothing to indicate, or at least I'm open to having some confirmation that there was a set of practices in place to verify that policies were being followed, to look at the operation to assess whether or not the safety practices in the safety management system were in fact put in place. There are a lot of safety management systems out there that are really doing very little because nobody is minding the store. They've implemented an SMS and they sit back and say, we're done now.
And I guess I'm going back to the chairman's parallel, is why 16 shouldn't be like 15, just with the name change, basically, because otherwise it seems like it's a bit out of line there. That 16 could be the same thing. Casey's written procedures were comprehensive and whatever else exceeded, but were not by the mate on the day of the accident. And whatever the language is, I guess I'm going back to the parallel because we're trying to make a different statement with 16, and I'm not sure we have enough data to do that.
I thought the difference between them was the emphasis in 15 that what was in place by the ducks was not required. That's why they made the emphasis on exceeded requirements, whereas in 16 it was required. I thought that was the distinction between the two.
Is an SMS required by tow operators?
It is not.
Okay, so they're exceeding. Okay, but I think the issue is when you have an SMS, I think what we're looking for is the strength of an SMS, and it really is getting to kind of performance, that the performance is good and not having these prescriptive requirements. But if you have a policy that's important enough to you that you're sending out multiple reminders to crew and you have information, you bring it up in your safety training and your seminars, do you not have an obligation of some sort to verify that that is actually being done? And there are ways to do that. As I mentioned, with the Chatsworth accident on the railroad side, they do efficiency testing to determine if crews are following those procedures. And on a vessel, there is a potential to observe them from the shore and evaluate what's going on. And so I think that they need to kind of back up what their policies are. Mr. Rothroffy?
Chairman Hersman, if I might just add, a component of the safety management system is exactly as you suggest, checking up on the personnel to make sure they're doing it. And that system is through internal and external audits, which are regularly scheduled checks of how well the employees know the system. And we reviewed those audits, both the internal and external audits, and didn't find any weaknesses in the way they were doing their follow-up procedure. Now, it's just a snapshot. It's not a complete examination of every policy in the SMS. They do basically random checks of crew members, ask them various questions, and see how well they know the company policies.
But when I asked the question of Mr. Bowling whether the ABS audit or the AMO audit focused on cell phone policy use, he said no.
That's correct. We did not see, any audit reports that indicated they had specifically, to check that policy compliance. But that does not mean, that they can't do it in the future. It's part of their auditing procedure.
But am I understanding correctly that the SMS that KC had was audited periodically, and that to address this issue? Is it not just a book on the shelf, but there's actually some follow-up to see if the processes and procedures are being followed?
That's correct, and Larry Bowling can address it further, but in my view, it's the auditing procedure. Both internal audits are done annually and external audits on a less frequent schedule, perhaps every 2 years. And that's the American Bureau of Shipping is their external auditor.
Yes, I'll call for the question. I do, as about 3 or 4 people have pointed out, a component of safety management systems is quality assurance, and there apparently was not QA on cell phone utilization. So my motion, Madam Chairman, which has been seconded, is to strike finding 16, and I call for the question.
All those in favor of striking finding 16 signal with a hand and aye. 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 All those opposed with a nay. Nay. 4 ayes, 1 nay. The finding has been struck. Are there any other changes to the findings? Is there a motion to adopt the findings as revised?
So moved. Seconded.
All in favor signal with a hand and aye.
Aye.
5 ayes. The findings have been adopted. Dr. Meyer, will you read the probable cause?
The staff is proposing the following language for the probable cause. The NTSB determines that the probable cause of this accident was the failure of the mate of the Caribbean Sea to maintain a proper lookout due to 1, his decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse, which was contrary to expectations and to prudent seamanship, and 2, distraction and inattentiveness as a result of his repeated use of his personal cell phone while he was solely responsible for navigating the vessel. Contributing to the accident was the failure of Ride the Ducks International maintenance personnel to ensure that Duck 34 surge tank pressure cap was securely in place before allowing the vehicle to return to passenger service, and the failure of the Duck 34 master to take actions appropriate to the risk of anchoring his vessel in an active navigation channel.
Are there any proposed changes to the probable cause from the board members?
Madam Chairman.
Member Weiner.
In light of the information in the past couple of days regarding the laptop use, we've added laptop use to personal cell phone use. It probably should be reflected in the probable cause as well.
Do you want to make a motion?
In terms of language, specific language?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Or we could give the staff some general direction to incorporate the laptop use into
rather than do the wordsmithing here, the objective would be to make the probable cause reflect the laptop use as it does the cell phone use.
Okay, so his distraction and inattentiveness as a result of his repeated use of his personal cell phone and company laptop while he was solely responsible for navigating the vessel, something like that?
That would do it.
Okay.
Yeah, for personal use.
Sorry, I should use the mic, but I support that. It is permissible to use a computer for company-related purposes. So I was just wondering, and I also wrote in as that was being read and computer, but as I heard the chairman repeat it, I'm wondering if we should specify that the computer was for personal use.
If I may just point out for the board's consideration, the information that we obtained indicated that the laptop use ceased, I believe it was about 20 minutes prior to the accident.
When was the
Whereas
last
the
time?
cell phone use was continuous, possibly right up through.
When was the last time from the lower wheelhouse that he had full view of the duck? How many minutes before the accident?
It was about 9 minutes before the accident.
Okay. So we feel confident that that wasn't an issue in the accident, the laptop use?
We do believe the laptop may have been part of the lure of moving to the lower wheelhouse, his intention to use it.
Okay, because the first part of the probable cause is the decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse. The second part is distraction and attentiveness. And so why was he in the lower wheelhouse?
Up until the laptop finding, our philosophy may have been that it was a better place for him to communicate by his cell phone, quieter, more secure. But now with the laptop finding, it may have also lured him down from the upper wheelhouse.
Okay, so does the staff think that the laptop use might have contributed to the accident or not?
It may have contributed to his decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse.
And if the decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse is part one of the two-part primary cause statement, is there any value in adding the laptop to the probable cause?
As staff has drafted the probable cause, we did not find that necessary to add in.
Were there not more outgoing telephone calls than incoming telephone calls? By about 2 to 1.
That's correct, roughly.
So some of the outgoing telephone calls may relate to information that he gathered off of his internet searches, in which case then his telephone use would have been tied to his use of the laptop.
While we don't know the content of the incoming and outgoing telephone calls, I think one thing that I think is useful to bear in mind is that the presence of the laptop and its ability to do internet searches may well have lured him down to the lower wheelhouse, in addition perhaps to wishing to have a quieter environment to make cell phone calls. However, once in the lower wheelhouse, his use of the laptop had ceased maybe about 20 minutes prior to the accident. However, he was on the cell phone at the time that the radio call-outs from Duck 34 were being made. So I think staff tends to see his use of the cell phone more connected at that moment to the distraction that led the accident, that was that last step in the accident sequence. If the sense of the board is that the staff would be making an omission by not mentioning the laptop at some point in the probable cause statement, I think it would make sense to work it into that number one item about his decision to navigate from the lower wheelhouse.
Is there any further comments or discussion?
I'd be inclined, Madam Chairman, after hearing this discussion, to not include the laptop use in the probable cause based on what I've heard so far.
I would agree with that.
I would disagree. I think it's important for us to include the laptop use in the probable cause statement because I think one of the important issues in our investigation here is the distraction. And I think distraction of all types, phones, texting, laptops, is important. And I think if one of the reasons why he was down in the lower wheelhouse was to use the laptop, and that drew him down there, then I think that that's important. If the number one piece of our probable cause is that he was operating from the lower wheelhouse. And I think the second issue is it was a distraction. It was a distraction, a cognitive distraction. What he found on the laptop might have been significant to him. We don't know what it was, and I think this goes back to your response to Member Weiner. We don't know what it was that he found, but the fact that he was using it. And in the future, do we want to be in a position to tie ourselves that we have to prove that the immediate moment of an accident is occurring when somebody is being distracted? We have in the past identified flight crews that are engaged in sterile cockpit violations well before the onset of the upset, but we're saying they're not paying attention and they're not monitoring. I think the same standard of care has to be applied across our investigations. And I think the distraction from the laptop, it was a violation of company policy to be doing what he was doing. It contributed to his distraction and it drew him to the lower wheelhouse. It's compelling in that he was he was using this laptop for personal reasons while he was on duty. Member Rosekind, sorry.
We could come up with an accident where somebody has their eyes open, wide awake, looking out, and missing something major in front of them. And it has to do with the cognitive distraction that's going on. And I agree to say that it had to happen at the moment to count it as a distraction. We're in a different realm at that point. So I think the way it's written, distraction inattentive, as a result of both is really critical, because the laptop and the cell phone played a significant role clearly by what he was looking at in both the mental and emotional distraction that was going on.
Member Sumwalt.
Again, as this probable cause was being read, I did write in computer, but you know, now that I hear staff say that the last time he accessed the laptop was 20 minutes prior to the collision, we know that his vision would have been from the lower wheelhouse, would have been unobscured up until 9 minutes prior to the collision, which gives a 10 or 11 minute window there. It goes back to a discussion we had in February of last year, and a discussion that Member Weiner and I have had about another accident that we've recently deliberated. Just because something is wrong doesn't mean that it goes in the probable cause. If we're going to put it in the probable cause, we've got to show the linkage, the causal linkage that item had to the accident. And you're right, he was using the laptop, and that's wrong. And we've got to send a message to do that. But to maintain the sanctity and the credibility of this agency, we just can't say, well, we don't like this, so we're going to put it in the probable cause to send a message. We've got to show that causal link. And all I'm hearing is it may have lured him to the lower wheelhouse. But we don't know that. In fact, until I didn't see the page changes until the last break. And so I don't know how we've treated this edition of this laptop. I don't know what we've said about that in the report. So I'm not comfortable going in and just throwing it in there just because it's wrong. It's got to show that causal link.
I would add that if we're going to put in there just because it's wrong, we should also put in there his decision to stay on duty despite this problem that he knew before they embarked. But that's not in there either, and I don't think it needs to be. Then for the same reason, we don't know for sure, as I agree with Member Sumwalt, we don't know for sure why he went to the lower wheelhouse. We don't know how much of the reason was because it's quieter there, how much of the reason was because of the laptop. We don't know that. We know that he was hugely distracted, and rightly so, but at the time of the event, he was on his cell phone when the collision occurred, and I think that's appropriate.
Can we say for sure that he was on his cell phone at the time of the collision? Staff?
No, we cannot, Chairman Hirschman. Because of the nature of the way the calls are recorded and rounded.
Thank you.
Okay, 10 of the 12 minutes before the collision, he was on the cell phone, so that's what I meant. I didn't necessarily mean he was uttering a word when the impact occurred.
That's correct.
Member Weiner, did you have a comment?
Do we know at what time the latest time the laptop was being used?
According to information from the examination, the period was 1400 to 1420. However, when the examination was done, there was a 7-minute error at that time. We don't know what kind of an error existed at the time of the actual accident.
Because at 1420, he got an incoming call, 1423 an outgoing call, 1425 outgoing call, 1432 an outgoing call. So the laptop use was right in there to this series of last-minute, the series of phone calls that led right up to the collision. In the probable cause, we talk about repeated use of his cell phone. So we're not trying to nail down that he was using the cell phone at the moment of collision. It's the repeated use of the cell phone prior to the collision. I think the repeated use of the laptop fits right in that same line of reasoning.
And we don't know that he wasn't reading for those 20 minutes. Just because it was an active input, he could have been heads down reading for 20 minutes worth of pages.
But are you willing to say to put that in the probable cause, because when I hear the word may, and we've had this discussion right here before too, may in my mind doesn't equate to probable.
In fact, I think it's, as we've had this issue before, it's a challenge to differentiate. I mean, how you can differentiate the cell phone, the cognitive distraction from the cell phone versus the laptop, when in fact the laptop is, again, a visual distraction as well because he's looking at a screen. So, I mean, that causal link, I think, is going to be a challenge anyway. He can be talking on the phone and heads up looking straight out.
Yeah, the last 3 telephone calls, which amounted to 14 minutes or so, were outgoing calls. So the implication is he, at least in part of that, was trying to impart some information. Since that was right adjacent to the use of the laptop, it's not a stretch to say he was probably trying to convey some information he'd picked up on his search of the internet. It's back to the repeated use of his cell phone. We've made part of the probable cause. We've had good reason to believe there are repeated use of a laptop that was immediately adjacent to that time of the cell phone use.
Can I ask maybe just a little bit of a different question? In the probable cause, we list his decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse ahead of the distraction and inattentiveness caused by the repeated use of the cell phone. Can the staff explain to me why? Do you think that the operation from the lower wheelhouse is more important than the cell phone use?
I don't think that we believe it's more important per se. I think it is just phrased that way because that's sort of the order of the decisions that were made and sort of explains
but
it to
I don't know that it's the order of the decisions that were made. He was identified by the other crew members as being in the upper wheelhouse and when they left, when they departed. And we know that he made calls before they departed. He was using his cell phone first. And I think the question is, what is more critical to the accident? And you're putting the lower wheelhouse first. And it's not because of the chronological order of the events that happened. Why is that first?
Staff certainly debates these types of questions extensively as we try to develop a draft probable cause. Key to this accident was the fact that the mate was operating in an area without adequate forward visibility, and that is a result of his decision to move to the lower wheelhouse. I'm not sure that there's a formula that would apply a percentage of liability to that decision, but we felt that was certainly important in the accident scenario.
Okay, and so then I think if you all think that that is the most important piece, his limited visibility, his restricted visibility, why would he move from the upper wheelhouse to the lower wheelhouse? What causes that?
So we felt the lower was a better area for him to have this cell phone communication, and then learned also access to the laptop. Had he not had either, if he dropped his cell phone into the river as he was moving and didn't have that available to him, still from the lower wheelhouse, without having made an additional arrangement for a lookout or shifting his attention to the radios or the radar, his visibility was not adequate from the lower wheelhouse.
Can barges only operate during the daytime?
No, there are no restrictions on nighttime or daytime operations.
Can barges only operate on the Delaware River when visibility is unlimited? Weather conditions are unlimited?
No, but there's a requirement that they have to have adequate visibility to operate.
Okay, and what does that mean?
To be able to assess the risk of collision and take appropriate action.
Okay, so why do they have the ability to operate from either, let's say they were in nighttime conditions or fog, he would have to rely on other cues and other instruments, right? Could he operate from, would it be the same operating in the upper or lower wheelhouse in poor visibility?
No, you'd have to adjust your operation
Sure.
in lower visibility.
Okay, so I think if we're saying his decision to operate in the lower wheelhouse is important, I think our theory on why he operated in the lower wheelhouse was only because it was less noisy, which was pretty weak, until we got information that he was accessing his laptop, which is a much more compelling reason to move to the lower wheelhouse. I suspect you all were struggling to try to figure out why he was operating in the lower wheelhouse before.
Certainly in a scenario where we don't have any ability to interview and gain access to his explanation.
Member Sumwalt?
Well, let's be clear about it. Staff only learned the definitive information on the laptop on what day? Friday?
We learned of it on Wednesday of last week.
Okay. I was notified of it on Friday. Perhaps it was Thursday. But so the probable cause, the way that we've read it, was prepared prior to learning this information about the laptop.
Well, that's certainly true, but again, we gave some thought to whether it needed to be revised, and at the staff level, we did not.
Yeah, I think the compelling argument is that before we learned about the laptop was because of the noise, and I believe that. I can't use my cell phone walking down the street when there's a bus going by because it makes so much noise. And here you've got a guy that's literally how many feet ahead of the exhaust stacks of the engine?
It's a fairly short distance, and it's at approximately the same level of the discharge, so it's fairly close.
So staff's already made the case that the noise was the reason why he may have gone or likely went down to the lower wheelhouse. It may have been a combination of both. Probably was a combination of both, but we don't know for sure, and that's why I'm most comfortable keeping the. We say in the findings the distraction related to the laptop. Finding number 5. We state there, the mate of the Caribbean Sea failed to maintain appropriate lookout, including monitoring the radios while navigating the vessel because he was distracted by personal use of a cell phone and the company laptop computer in dealing with a serious family medical emergency. That is stated as a finding. Do we even have a motion, Madam Chairman?
Before we get there, let me just...
Member Ruskine.
Yeah, just... well, I mean, could we have number 2, distraction and inattentiveness from the upper wheelhouse? He's distracted, inattentive, whether it was in the upper or lower wheelhouse. I mean, we're talking about the chronology of things. Laptop aside, is that possible?
Certainly can be distracted in either location.
Okay. He could have gone to the lower wheelhouse just so he wasn't seen? Forget the noise? Every one of these is speculation, right? Was it noise? He didn't want to be seen? Did he want the laptop? Well, we know he wanted to use the laptop when he got there. In fact, we know that was actually being used. So, I mean, the factual part is we have all the phone calls, and the laptop was actually used to get medical sites apparently relevant to the situation that was going on. So it seems like those are our 2 data points we have that factually brought him to the lower wheelhouse. Because the content of the conversations, whether it was quiet, whether it was not being seen, that part we can only guess about.
The staff drafted version of the probable cause refers to his decision to operate the vessel from the lower wheelhouse. We don't claim in the probable cause to understand what factors he considered in making that decision. But it's clear to us that he did make a decision to operate from the lower wheelhouse.
And again, I'm just also trying to bring us back to, can we prioritize the role of that versus the distraction? Because, I mean, the lower wheelhouse had to do with the visibility issue. And the question about weighing is whether or not he could have been just as inattentive and distracted from the upper, and the visibility, the length of his visibility, what was obscured, is not particularly relevant potentially.
I think it is relevant that if he's operating from lower wheelhouse and he's approaching vessel traffic that he can't see them, that it's that sort of a thing that we certainly don't want to condone. It's his decision to go down there, and that's one of the reasons we did the visibility to study to nail down the actual extent of his blind zone.
I get that, and I also understand the role of the visibility. I'm just pointing out that number 2 could be this whole thing here. He could have been in the top wheelhouse and been distracted and inattentive from repeated use of the cell phone, and the cognitive distraction of the family emergency would have been sufficient. But we have data that he was actually using the laptop. That was part of the draw. They seem intermingled. You're trying to separate them here, but they're intermingled.
I guess I'd offer a comment. We don't know that he was driven to the lower wheelhouse because he wanted to use a laptop. What we do know is that when he was in the lower wheelhouse, he did use a laptop. He may have had no recollection that there was an internet search capability aboard the vessel prior to making a decision to move from the upper to the lower wheelhouse.
Which then tells us we don't have any concrete data about why he went to the second, right? Noise, privacy, laptop, by that definition, which is correct, we have no factual information of why he made that decision.
And again, the probable cause as drafted just talks about that decision.
And I agree 100% that you can be looking straight at something and not see it if you're distracted, but I think the likelihood of that is significantly greater if you're in where you can't see it at all. I mean, if he's in the upper and just happens to, in his distraction, to see this boat out there, I mean, we know that couldn't have happened from the lower wheelhouse. That's why I think that's crucial. His decision, even if we don't know why he made the decision, I think that's crucial that he decided to be in the lower wheelhouse.
What kind of information was being accessed on the internet? What was the nature of it?
There was essentially searching on 3 different search engines for medical terms related to the condition experienced by his family member.
So we think the use of the laptop was tied into the subject of his conversations on the cell phone?
Yes.
In which case I find it difficult to separate the cell phone and the laptop in terms of being a distraction. I think the motion on the table here is to add on line 1 on page 122, distraction and inattentiveness as a result of his repeated use of his personal cell phone and company laptop for personal use while he was solely responsible for navigating the vessel.
Second. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor signal with a hand and aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. 3 ayes, 2 nays. The ayes have it. The probable cause has been modified. Are there any other changes to the probable cause? Is there a motion to adopt the cause as revised? All in favor signal with a hand and aye. 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 5. All those opposed with a nay?
I'm not sure how that works when I didn't agree with the change.
You can vote to adopt the revised probable cause or vote against it. Or
nay.
Okay. 4 ayes, 1 nay. The ayes have it. The probable cause has been adopted as revised. Dr. Meyer, will you read the safety recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. We're proposing 4 new safety recommendations to the U.S. Coast Guard and 1 to Ride the Ducks International. Number 1, to the U.S. Coast Guard, develop and implement an investigative protocol that directs your investigation officers to routinely check for non-operational use of cell phones and other wireless electronic devices by on-duty crew members in safety-critical positions involved in marine accidents. 2, revise your commercial vessel accident database to maintain a record of non-operational use of cell phones and other wireless electronic devices by on-duty crew members in safety-critical positions when such use is causal or contributory to marine accidents. 3, regulate and enforce the restriction on non-operational use of cell phones and other wireless electronic devices by on-duty crew members in safety-critical positions so that such use does not affect vessel operational safety. 4, until you can develop regulations governing non-operational use of cell phones and other wireless electronic devices by on-duty crew members in safety-critical positions, continue your outreach program of information and education to the maritime industry on this issue. And the last recommendation to be addressed to Ride the Ducks International, LLC. Review Ride the Ducks International's existing safety management program and develop improved means to ensure that the company's safety and emergency procedures are understood and adhered to by employees in safety-critical positions.
Is there any discussion?
I have a suggestion for the third one to the Coast Guard, where it says, so that such use does not affect so that such use does not affect vessel operational safety. I would say, so that such use does not adversely affect vessel operational safety, because there may be a time when they're using cell phones to try to do something that's going to help a situation. So I would put the word adversely before the word affect.
Do you want to offer that in the form of a motion?
Yes, so moved.
But it does say, talking about in the beginning of the sentence, non-operational use. So if it's a situation that's going to help the outcome, then that would be considered operational use. Is that correct? I don't object to what you're saying, but I just wanted to point that out.
I could see that argument, but I would like to make it clearer by specifying that we are concerned about adversely affecting the safety.
Thank you. I'll support that.
We need a second on the motion. Staff have any comments?
No objection here.
Okay. All those in favor signal with a hand and aye. Aye. 5 ayes. The ayes have it. We do have some amendments at the desk. Member Weiner.
Yes, I have 2 amendments, and they've been passed out, and they were sent to Managing Director yesterday late. They're parallel, so I offer both of them at the same time. First one is related to, well, they're both related to making best use of what we have learned here to say that organizations that may have adopted safety management systems still find themselves in this particular case in a position where things didn't work out according to their safety management system. So the gist of the recommendation is to take what we've learned here and make certain that both KC Transportation Partners as well as the maritime industry reflected by the American Waterways operators take what we have learned here and make best use of it. So specifically, the wording is, review KC Transportation Partners, LP's, existing safety management program and develop improved means to ensure that the company's safety and emergency procedures are understood and adhered to by employees in safety critical positions. This is, by the way, parallel to the recommendation number 5, which says these same words to the Ride the Ducks International. And the second recommendation, the second amendment is to the American Waterways operators, and the wording is pretty much the same. Issue notice to your members of the circumstances of this accident and encourage your members to ensure their safety and emergency procedures are understood and adhered to by their employees in safety critical positions. So I offer 2 amendments.
Would you like to move to adopt them separately, individually? You want to get separate votes, or do you want to try together?
We'll go independently.
Okay,
So the first one is the amendment to recommendation to KC Transportation Partners.
LP. Okay, so you've made a motion on your amendment that everyone has. Can I get a second? This is Amendment 1.
Second.
Okay. Discussion from staff or board members? Anyone want to be recognized? Staff?
Just to note one item, the conclusion on KC's safety management system was struck. So we don't make any conclusion on either the quality of their system or its or what it lacks.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think we have a number of conclusions, though, on the failure to follow procedures and policies that existed.
To that very point, if we would have kept that, well, disregard. I plan to support this amendment, so disregard.
All those in favor of Amendment 1 by Member Weiner to add a recommendation to KC, signal with a hand and aye. Aye. 5 ayes. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 is on the table. Can I get a second for Member Weiner's Amendment 2 to AWO, to American Waterways Operators?
Second.
Is there any discussion from the board members or staff?
My only question to staff is the American Waterways Operators, you probably had this discussion, Member Weiner, with them already, but is the American Waterways Operators the best recipient of that recommendation to spread the word far and wide, which I assume is the purpose of this?
And the American Waterways Operators represents the towing industry.
And let me just add, I have had several interactions with the American Waterways Operators, and I know Member Sumwalt has also met with them. I don't know if other members have, but I can tell you their leadership committee is very receptive to trying to make safety improvements. That's why they've invited us to come talk to them and participate with them and solicit our ideas about what can be done in the future to make their operations safer. I believe they are a very forward-leaning organization, and I think that they will embrace this recommendation and will try to educate their members and improve their processes. I think this is the right kind of recommendation to make rather than going after a regulatory fix to this. I think they can make the outreach quicker.
If staff is satisfied that that's the best recipient, I'm good to go with it.
May I wordsmith friendly amendment instead of issue notice 2? Seems like prior recommendations we've issued like this would just say notify your members. Would you be willing to accept that friendly amendment?
I would, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a modified amendment. Member Weiner, can you read that amendment so we can get a second on that?
Okay, excuse me. The amendment is notify your members of the circumstances of this accident and encourage your members to ensure their safety and emergency procedures are understood and adhered to by their employees in safety critical positions.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor signal with a hand and aye. Aye. 5 ayes. Member Weiner's second amendment has been adopted to AWO. Are there any other comments, questions, or modifications to be made to the recommendations? Does the staff have any changes that they wanted to make?
No, we were able to get all of ours circulated prior to the meeting.
Okay. I had a question, just a clarification for our staff. We use the words on-duty crew members in safety critical positions when we're making these recommendations to the Coast Guard about their investigative protocols, their data collection, and regulations that we're looking for. Is there already an accepted definition of on-duty safety critical that can be used so that is not a question? In this accident, with KC, who would have been the on-duty safety critical crew members that we're talking about?
Well, as Member Sumwalt mentioned earlier, the cell phone issue is the DUI of the future. And we have, over the years, worked with the Coast Guard on where to draw the box around who's on duty, who's responsible. I believe they have a good feel for our expectations, and we can take the Costco-Busan case, where it included not only the crew members on the vessel, but also we felt that the individuals at the VTS were safety critical individuals that needed to be included in the box. I believe the Coast Guard won't have a problem interpreting our recommendation and who's safety critical. But as far as KC, it would have included the mate. It would have included the on-duty crewmen, which could have included the engineer and could have included the deckhand.
Okay, when you say though could, that's the problem there. Is the deckhand and the engineer, are they considered on-duty safety critical individuals? Would they have been drug tested?
They would have, and they were.
Okay, so I think what this is it's reflective back to us. We're asking them to routinely check for non-operational use of cell phones and other wireless electronic devices by on-duty crew members in safety critical positions. We do not have the cell phone records for the deckhand or the engineer. We're asking the Coast Guard to pull those in the future when there's a casualty, yes?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think we need to adhere to the same protocols. And we need to think about when we're investigating an accident, it doesn't matter where that person is on the vessel at the time of the collision or the elision or the event. We need to pull records. We need to be looking at that too. So Dr. Meyer, if you can make sure that that is promulgated throughout the organization, not just in this division, but throughout the organization, I think we have to have a standard procedure about how we approach this if we're expecting the regulators to do this.
Yes, I agree. This accident has demonstrated that to us.
Okay, very good. Do we have any other changes? I motion to adopt the recommendations as revised.
So moved. Second.
All in favor signal with the hand and aye. 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 The ayes have it. 5 ayes. We will now vote on adopting the report in whole. Is there a motion to adopt the report as revised? All those in favor signal with a hand and aye. 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 5 ayes. The report has been adopted as revised. Is there a motion for any, or is there an interest in any concurring or dissenting statements? Dr. Love, I'd like to reserve the right to file. Any additional comments? I'd like to thank my fellow board members for their outstanding participation in the boardroom today and in working with the staff ahead of time in advance of the board meeting. And also I'd like to recognize our staff who completed this accident investigation under a challenging timeline in less than a year, and particularly the investigator in charge, Mr. Roth Rafi. Thank you for your leadership of the team throughout this process. You've done an excellent job, and your entire group deserves recognition. The research and engineering staff, as well as the staff from OMS. Thank you all very much for your hard work. I know you've had some challenging developments, certainly over the last couple of weeks, with some additional information coming available, and I know you worked very hard to incorporate some of those changes into the report over the last few days, including the weekend. This accident draws attention to the actions and decisions of one individual and highlights the tragic consequences of not following procedures. But more importantly, it provides yet another data point in our investigations of accidents caused by distractions involving electronic devices. This accident isn't just about one individual's actions, but a new and highly troubling societal norm. New technology in the last 10 years has resulted in just about everyone in the United States being available 24/7. Many of us do not have the option of being unavailable. This means that both individuals and organizations must deal with this issue in a thoughtful and yet aggressive manner. And I can't help but point out that several of our staff in the front row are on their BlackBerries. I think we are so attracted to these devices, we literally cannot put them down. So as in this accident, if an operator has a personal emergency, he should be asked to be relieved from duty so he can manage it, and so that the relieving operator's attention can be fully on the task at hand. It also means that when people's lives are in your hands, whether you're piloting a tug, conducting a train, flying a 757, or even when you are driving home this evening, you take responsibility for giving your full attention to the safety-critical task at hand. Small deviations can become large problems. There simply is no conversation or action that is important enough to risk your lives and the lives of others. Because the use of electronic devices has played a role in accidents in all modes of transportation, including marine accidents, we're calling on the Coast Guard to increase their focus on its use by mariners. The use of electronic devices and their ability to distract each of us has the potential to reach epidemic proportions. It is well past time to pay attention. And we stand adjourned from this official part of our deliberations today, but I did want to take the opportunity to recognize an individual who didn't have anything that he was put on the spot for during this board meeting, and he was very quiet. Jim Labert is one of our senior motor carrier operations investigators in the Office of Highway Safety, and I asked him to come up to the front row today. He was sitting in the back row. He did the motor carrier portion part of this investigation. But he's been with the NTSB since 1988, and he will be retiring this summer, and this is his last board meeting with us. Jim's stepdaughter, who you see in this picture, Stephanie, she's grown up now, and she's expecting a baby soon, and he and his wife plan to spend their retirement with his daughter and her family in the North Carolina area. So he looks forward to taking it easy, and I understand that there's a nickname of Wishbone in here somewhere, and so he and Wishbone and the grand kiddo are going to be taking it easy, and we wish him the very best. Before he came to the board, he was a motorcycle police officer in Alabama, and so I hope you spend your days enjoying your grandchildren and the NASCAR racing and golfing that you love so much, and you'll stay in touch with us. Thank you for your great service to the board, Jim. We're all going to miss you. And we are adjourned. Thank you all.